Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to day one of the harness racing program here at the Crawford County Fair. Post time of the first race is set at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock is now our first race post time. A full card of harness racing excitement here for you tonight. To get things underway at this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Well, again, thank you and welcome once again to harness racing action. Post time for the first race at 5 o'clock. We are 25 minutes away till our first race post time. Betting windows are open for your wagering convenience. Have your money and numbers ready when you go to the windows. Don't be shut out. Wagering on all of tonight's races. So what's new?
Well, we got cool weather.
Yes. I actually brought a hoodie just in case.
I thought about it.
the 5, What the Will. That's in the 5th race. Scratch the 1. Al Mankey on 2. No hobbles on 3. Scratch the 5. 6th race. 3. Rose Run Chatterley. Hank Levan. Hank Levan on 3. 6. Just G. Clifton Bell. Clifton Bell on 6. 7. Dublin's Madonna. Bryce Brocklehurst. Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. 6th race. Hank Levan 3, Clifton Bell 6, Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. 7th race, 1, Let It Slide, Kane Kaufman. Kane Kaufman on the 1. 5, Dublin's Tessa, Clifton Bell. Clifton Bell on 5. 7, Lavish Rain, Bryce Brocklehurst. Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. That's race 7, Kane Kaufman 1, Clifton Bell 5, Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. 8th race, scratch the 2, Always 18. Always 18 is scratched. 9th race, scratch the 2, In the Plan. In the Plan is scratched. 10th race, 1, Coach Me to Win, Carson Conrad. Carson Conrad on 1. 5, ATM Fees, Clifton Bell. Clifton Bell on 5. 6, Classy Cosmos, Steve Byler. Steve Byler on 6. 7, Range Queen, Bryce Brocklehurst. Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. That's in the 10th race. We've got Carson Conrad on the 1, Clifton Bell on 5, Steve Byler on 6, Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. 11th race, the 4, Got the Money Honey, Rosie Weaver. Rosie Weaver on 4. 6, Jogging Diamond, Bryce Brocklehurst. Bryce Brocklehurst on 6. 7, Eye Catching, First Time on Lasix. Lasix to the 7. That's in race 11, Rosie Weaver on 4, Bryce Brocklehurst on 6, Lasix for the first time on 7. 12th race, 7, Authenticity, Hank Levan. Hank Levan on 7. The 8, 7 Lick Holiday, Chris Lems. Chris Lems on 8. 13th race, 4, Always Be Ready, Sam Widger. Sam Widger on 4, Always Be Ready. 14th race, 1, Eckert Hill Brady, Rosie Weaver. Rosie Weaver on 1. Scratch the 4, Smoking Ensign. Smoking Ensign is scratched. 6, The Taxman, Ronnie Gillespie. Ronnie Gillespie on 6. The Taxman. 15th race. Scratch the 1, Wallstead. Wallstead is scratched. 2, In Transit, Bryce Brocklehurst. Bryce Brocklehurst on 2. Scratch the 4, Top Moneymaker. Top Moneymaker is out. Again, wagering windows are open for your wagering convenience here tonight. Always remember, horse races, they are more fun when you bet on them, so wager early each and every time. Don't be shut out. If you happen to pick a non-winner here tonight, make sure you keep that ticket, write your name and phone number on the back of that ticket, turn it back into the bin, as we will be having what we call lucky loser drawings here tonight. Even if you're a loser, you can still be a winner here tonight.
Can you turn me down?
It's County Fair Racing from the Crawford County Fair in Bucyrus, Ohio. Hello again, everyone. I'm Frank Froz along with Susan Schroeder and Matt Clark, and we've got Buckeye Stallion Series action here from Bucyrus on this beautiful fall afternoon. No, wait a minute. It's the middle of July. We got sweatshirts. We got hoodies. I'm surprised we don't have a bonfire or two out right now because it's a little chilly with that wind blowing.
By 9 o'clock, we may. We may have to get out our long johns.
We are getting ready for a kickoff this action right away. We got the 2-year-old Colt Pace ready to go. Let's go up to Ayers Ratliff with the post parade.
Here are the horses. They're parading onward for race number 1, 2-year-old Colt Pacer, sponsored by the Bucyrus Moose Family Center, 669. 1 is out. 2, Catching L, driver change David Justice. 3 is out. 4, Hardy L, Hank Levan. 5, Maestro L, Louis Levan. 6, Rocky Bottom Prince, Ronnie Gillespie. 7, Boys Will Be Boys, Emmanuel Miller in the sulky. That's the field for the first race tonight. Scratch the 1, David Justice 2. Scratch the 3, Louis Levan on 5.
Doesn't take long for us to get right into the action of the first.
Absolutely not. They are ready here.
And this first race, we were supposed to have 7 go behind the gate. The field is now cut down to 5 as we have 2 scratches. Scratch the 1, CPF Choco Liquor, and the number 3, CPF Fame. The number 2, though, is Catching L. David Justice picks up the drive for trainer Hank Levan. This is a catch the fire out of the Shadow Play mare DG's Shadows Bell. 5 starts on the year, a 3rd place finish so far. Earnings of $1,182 for the owners of Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, and Megan Levan.
It's a little hard to make sure that is David Justice driving, but it is because he got a haircut. So we don't see his hair coming out the back like we used to. So
he got it all cut off.
He did. He is, yes, absolutely. So the 3 is a scratch, and the 4, Hardy L. Hank Levan drives, trains for Levan Stables, and Megan Levan, a lather-up colt out of Mr. Apple's mare Thunder Par. Winner of 2 of his last 3 starts, 1 last week at Wellston in 2-5, and also at Marion in 2-7.
The 3rd horse out of the Levan stable is the number 5, Maestro L. Louis Levan will drive. This is a lather-up out of the Art Major mare Mistra. Levan Stables and Megan Levan own this gelding. 5 starts, a win, a 2nd, and a 3rd. Earnings over $3,700. The win came back at Circleville in 2:04 and 4. Has hit the board in 3 of the last 4.
Rocky Bottom Prince and Ronnie Gillespie from post position 6 for trainer-owner Tommy Voisick. This is a Heaven's Gate colt out of a Village Jove mare, Princess Danica, making his very first lifetime start. This was just a $1,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Well, you win today in this race with a $14,000 purse. You paid for yourself and a lot more. So the number 7 is Boys Will Be Boys. Manny Miller drives for Herman Hagerman. This is a Western Terror out of the Dragon Again mare. This Dragon rocks. Hagerman Racing owns 4 starts this year, a 2nd and a 3rd. $7,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
So we've got 8 Home Talent Colt Stakes tonight and 7 of the Buckeye Stallion Series for 2-year-old filly trotters. Horses are headed to the Webkenberg starting gate. We certainly want to thank Mike Webkenberg for sponsoring our passport program. We've already had a bunch of people up here, and we've got winners already that have been to at least 10 fairs. So we're starting to give out those poker chips.
There you go. Ayers Ratliff on the mic today as your announcer. As Susan said, the Mike Webkenberg starting gate. David Statz is our presiding judge. We are set to go, and let's send it over to Ayers for the call.
To 5 at the top of the stretch, sponsored by Bucyrus Moose Family Center, number 669, and here they come. Here off and pacing, going out there looking for the lead, Maestro L, and old Maestro leads the way. In there to be second, Hardy L on the outside. Rocky Bottom Prince is moving up from third. In their fourth comes a Catching L, and the trailer, Boys Will Be Boys, as they move on into the backstretch. And Maestro L and Louis Levan leading the way by a length and a half. In their second, Rocky Bottom Prince. A few lengths back then to third is a Hardy L. Catching L is there next, opening quarter in 30 seconds. That trailer is still Boys Will Be Boys as they move up and around the turn. Maestro L has that lead out there by now a tight length and a quarter. Rocky Bottom Prince, that white shadow roll, is nose to helmet in second as they straighten away and come down here to the halfway mile mark of the race. It's Hardy L in third, Catching L in fourth, and the trailer is Boys Will Be Boys. They move here by the half, and the leader, Maestro L. Rocky Bottom Prince is getting a bit antsy in second, 1:01 and 2 the halftime. Looking to the outside now, Hardy L comes on from third. Hank says, let's go on this one. He's now second and moving up on old Dad here as they move on into the backstretch. So with the lead on the inside, Maestro L. On the outside, Hardy L. It's Louis on the inside, Hank on the outside as they go on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. Inside, Maestro L. Outside, Hardy L. They are slugging it out as they went by 3/4 and 1:31 and 3. And on the outside, old Baby Levan gets the lead from Daddy as they move away to the top of the stretch. And Hardy L off the rail does turn first. Maestro L is back there in second. They'll slug it out for third as they're through the stretch, and it's ill. Hardy L. Maestro L is trying to battle back, but Hardy L will win. Maestro L finishing second. Boys Will Be Boys was third. Time of the mile, 2:01.
A little bit of elder abuse right there by Hank, taking that out on dear old Dad as he took control at the 3/4 mark and able to cruise home to the victory. Maestro L and Louis Levan tried down the stretch to catch up, but unable to. 2:01 for the time for your winner. Hardy L picks up the third win in 6 starts this year.
Pretty quick mile for our first mile of the night. 2:01 for 2-year-old Gold Pacers. That's going some.
You got the track records too somewhere, don't you?
I do, somewhere. I moved everything. Track record is 156 and 1. That's just a year old. Arbin.
Arbin's got a bunch of them.
Yep. And before that, it had been held since 2007 by Night Train in 158. So Arbin came in here and kind of demolished that track record last year.
So Hank Levan picks up the first win of the day, training and driving. Hardy L, a lather up out of Thunder Par.
4, 5, 7, official.
It's official now, 4, 5, and 7. Everybody in the race did pick up a check as we only had 5 go behind the gate. We're supposed to have 7. One race we had 5 entered and 2 scratched, so we're going to have a 3-horse race later on in the field.
Yes. That brings Hank up to 36 at the fairs this year, and his trainer up to 33. It's pretty good when we're not that far through the year.
Exactly.
I'm going to try really hard to keep track tonight.
Okay.
But my backup is I know that Roger's there, and Roger Houston keeps track of these things for us, and we always know when we lose track, Roger does not.
Winner's circle after winning the first race, it's the 4, Hardy L. Hardy L is a 2-year-old brown-gutted son of Lather Up at a Thunder Par by Mr. Apples, owned by Levan Stables, Megan Levan, Hank Levan trains. Hank Levan, the winning driver, time of the mile, 2:01. Race 1, sponsored by Bucyrus Moose Family Center, 669.
Winner's circle with number 4. Hardy L has now hit the board in 5 straight back-to-back wins and 3 wins in the last 4 outings. The other 2 wins coming at Wellston as well as Marion. Brad Conrad snapping the photos tonight. A couple of youngsters enjoying the time in the winner's circle.
The 1 was scratched. Catching L, 5th. CPF Fame scratched. Hardy L, the winner. Maestro L, 2nd. Rocky Bottom Prince, 4th. Boys will be boys. Finish 3rd. Scratch 5 scratch. 1, 2, 4, 3 on the bottom. 30 seconds. 101 and 2. 131 and 3. The mile time 2:01.
Rocky Bottom Prince making its first lifetime start. Sat second, did jump up to the lead, faded towards the end, but for the first time out, have to be really happy with that performance if you're the owner.
Well, when you look up and down here, and these are some pretty experienced horses already for 2 years, 2-year-olds. I mean, they got five starts. 3 of them had 5 starts, so they knew what they were doing.
Well, the first race in the books. Coming up next, the Buckeye Stallion Series, the first of 7 divisions in the BSS. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you all about the 7 horses for that.
History, tradition. For over 100 years, 2- and 3-year-old trotters and pacers have started their careers on the tracks of the Home Talent Colt Stakes. See the future stars of Ohio harness racing at one of the Home Talent's 15 tracks. The stars of tomorrow are racing at a track near you today. The Home Talent Colt Stakes. You can't win them if you aren't in them.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Welcome back to Bucyrus, Ohio in Crawford County. Glad to have you along. Frank Frost, Susan Schroeder, Matt Clark. The gang's all here as we get set for 15 races tonight. And Buckeye Stallion Series comes to the fairs.
You know what's kind of exciting about this is that at most of these fairs, the purses are really nice, but you don't see purses like this at a fair. We're going for the Buckeye Stallion Series, $140,000 here in Bucyrus. Each division or each race is guaranteed at $20,000, so kind of nice to come. I met a guy back in, well, I've known this guy for a long, long time. Pete Foley came up from Kentucky. Been racing his horse down in the Kentucky Proud Series down there, and he said it's really tough. He wanted to come up here and try an Ohio fair. He's got one of those dual eligible horses, so he come up here and see what he can do in the Buckeye Stallion Series. So I just noticed that all the sponsors there in those, that's really nice.
Yeah, the way they've got that set up, it really is nice.
We've got, we had 97 horses in. Unfortunately, we've got 10 scratches tonight, so we're down to 11.
Yeah.
So we're down to 86 horses in, which is a pretty darn good night. 42 separate trainers. We've got one division of the Home Talent 2-year-old colt pacers, 2 divisions of the 3-year-old colt pacers, 3 divisions of 2-year-old colt trotters, and 2 divisions of the 3-year-old colt trotters, and those are the Home Talent stakes.
This is the second leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series for the Philly Trotters, freshman Philly Trotters. The other scratch was that sick Ed Greeno's horse. Sick. Yeah, okay. Scratched out sick. So 11 total scratches today. That was a late one we got when we were making our rounds back in the barn area.
It's funny because we're working on the 4th legs of the 3-year-olds. I know. And we're just on we've got one tonight, the 2-year-old Philly Pacers. It's their first leg of Buckeye Stallion Series. So they're kind of all over the place. We try and put different things in. We give out coolers, some kind of bag with different things in it for the different legs. So I was trying to keep it straight. Who already got first leg? We're ready for second leg.
Yeah, the Philly Pacers, the 2-year-old, had to be canceled because of the heat at Scioto Downs, and then trying to figure out where those were going to be rescheduled and fitting them in where, you were giving the horses enough time off and make sure they weren't coming back too quickly. And then you had other events like the Ohio State Fair Stakes was in there and other legs. And so we had, you had some Sire Stakes races, so we had to find the right spot, and that won't be contested until September 3rd. That first leg now becomes the fourth leg, and the first leg will be raced tomorrow night at Scioto Downs. Tough keeping all the legs where they are and where everybody is racing straight, especially with all the fairs we've got, right now. It's amazing the number of fairs we've got racing. We've got racing today down at Washington Courthouse as well. So if you're doing the 2 screens, watching both of them, glad you're doing that. You get the A-team here, though.
I'm almost positive David Myrick, though, is zoomed in on this one, right?
Oh, yeah, well, of course he's zoomed in.
Here.
Charlie's here, but knowing Dave, he's got Bucyrus on the big screen, and over here on either the laptop or the iPad, he's sitting there watching the other ones. So waiting for the post parade for the next one. So it looks like we're getting ready for the post parade. And making the way is the number 1 Angel L. Let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff.
Here are the horses parading onward for race number 2, sponsored by Spurwood Farm. 2-year-old filly trotters, a purse $20,000. 1 Angel L, Hank Levan. 2 Roaring Sophia, Ronnie Gillespie. 3 Guardian Queen, Emmanuel Miller. 4 DD Silver Dollar, Sam Widger. 5 Ben Through Hill, Carson Conrad. 6 Mighty Lil, Chris Lems. And the 7 Miss Erie driver change, and it's good to see Kane Kaufman back in the sulky. That's the field for the upcoming second race. Put Kane Kaufman on the 7. Again, Buckeye Stallion Series, a purse $20,000 they're racing for here in race 2. This one sponsored by Spurwood Farm.
Let's tell you all about these horses. The number 1 is Angel L. Hank Levan drives and trains this creatine filly out of Northern Grace, owned by Levan Stables. Hurley Racing, Megan Levan and Ira Fries. This was a $12,000 purchase at the Lexington sale. 4 starts, a win, a second, 2 thirds. Last time out was a 3rd place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Series first leg at Scioto.
Roaring Sophia and Ronnie Gillespie from the 2-hole. Ronnie's also the trainer for Joyce McClellan's stable and Larry Wills. This is an in-range filly out of a Man of Many Missions mare, Devil's Advocate. A $50,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Finished 2nd in the Buckeye Stallion Series in her 1 lifetime start.
The number 3 is Guardian Queen. Emmanuel Miller drives for Herman Hagerman. This Guardian Angel AS is out of the Chapter 7 mare, Southwind Tesla. Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon owns, has started 3 races, has a win and a third, earnings of $4,200. Was an $11,000 purchase at the the Blooded Horse sale, Went gate to wire back at Oak Harbor on the 19th in 2:05 to pick up that first win. Was in that first leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series, but made a couple of breaks, finished well back in 6th.
DD Silver Dollar and Sam Widger from the 4-hole for trainer Rosie Weaver. Cabby D and David Jury, who's sitting right in front of us, owns this Uncle Peter filly. So out of a What the Hill mare, What About Me? A $7,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Did try the Buckeye Stallion Series once, so it finished back a little bit, but has trotted some good miles in 2:10 and 2:8.
The number 5 is Been Through Hill. Carson Conrad drives for Dalton Walls. This is a What the Hill out of Trumpeter Swan. Charles Hartzell of Greenville is the owner. 2 wins in 2 starts, was a winner in leg 1 of the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs.
Another winner of the leg 1 of the Buckeye Stallion Series is the 6-horse Mighty Lil. Chris Lems drives for Darren Harvey, Wayne Mass, John's Racing Stable, and Callum Racing. So this horse is also tied first in the standings.
And the number 7 is Miss Erie. Kane Kaufman, back off the injured list, is in the bike. Steve Carter is the trainer. This is an in-range owned by Adam Friedland, Jacob Baird, and James Crawford. 2 wins in 2 starts. One of those came at Wellston, one of those at Wilmington as they get ready to form up behind the starting gate. Mike Wepkenberg picking him up in the far turn. And Kane Kaufman back after that broken heel, and he seemed to be moving pretty well when we saw him earlier today.
Says he feels great.
So let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the first of 7 divisions of Buckeye Stallion Series Filly Trotters. The 2-year-olds going for $20,000.
They're off and trotting, and Guardian Queen goes out there looking for the lead, losing stride. Roaring Sophia. Roaring Sophia made a bad break there as they move around the turn and start on into the back stretch. Guardian Queen at the head of affairs. DD Silver Dollar with them trotting hopples is there in second. Angel L in third. Been Through Hill is there fourth. Over there fifth, Mighty Lil. Miss Erie is next in line, and Roaring Sophia is the distant trailer. They travel by the opening fraction here, and Guardian Queen is out there and on top in 30 seconds flat. That's very brisk for the 2-year-old filly trotters. In their second, DD Silver Dollar. Angel L is there in third. Been Through Hill is now looking to the outside. Conrad says, let's go on this filly as they straighten away and move down here to the half. Mighty Lil also moving up on the outside for Lems, and Mighty Lil has just jumped it off stride. These 2-year-old filly trotters, they do run. They do run as they move here by the half. And out there with the lead, it's Guardian Queen, 59-4. In their second, DD Silver Dollar. Been Through Hill is up on the outside third. It's Angel L in fourth. Over there fifth, Miss Erie. Then comes Mighty Lil and Roaring Sophia. They trot up the back stretch and continue on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race, and the leader, Guardian Queen, she fronts them out there by 2.5 lengths. On the outside, Been Through Hill. Inside, DD Silver Dollar moving around that final turn, and it's Guardian Queen, 129-3. In their second, DD Silver Dollar. Angel L needs racing room, moving to the top of the stretch, and Guardian Queen turns first by 3. In their second is still DD Silver Dollar. Angel L is moving to the outside, but it is Guardian Queen. The Queen reigns supreme. Finishing second, DD Silver Dollar. Angel L is third.
2 minutes, 2:10, 2/5.
Time of the mile, 2 minutes, 2/5.
Manny Miller took Guardian Queen to the lead and never looked back, making every call hers as she comes home an easy winner in 2 minutes and 2/5. Very easily could have been under the 2-minute mark, but you saw Manny Miller halfway down the stretch peek over his shoulder, realize there was nobody around, and he just let her coast in home.
See, we do not have divisional records here, but I'm going to say that this is probably a 2-year-old filly trotter record.
Yeah. If not, it's pretty darn close.
Yeah. When even the first quarter, Ayers said 30. Pretty stout first quarter,
Exactly.
30 seconds, and then the half in 59-4. That was a nice mile. Unfortunately, a couple of them made breaks, but that happens with these babies.
Yeah, it's funny. We always talk about the 2-year-old filly trotters and the breaks that they make, but then you come out here and you watch them, and the majority of them just seem like this is natural to them, and they've been doing it for their just no problems.
What was too bad was that the 2 horses that had done really well in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto, both of those made breaks. So Roaring Sophia and Mighty Lil.
Mm-hmm. But after 2, we had I think we had 7 divisions in the first leg too, and 7 divisions here. It's going to be just a pot of snakes at the top,
Yes.
of who's first, who's second with all the standings. And you're going to have to really, with this many horses in this division, you're really going to have to earn it.
Yes,
Get that
yes.
shot at the finals this year. Herman Hagerman out to help bring Guardian Queen into the winner's circle.
I hope
Commercial
somebody
sound
remembers
winner
to give
circle
them the
winner
ball.
of race number 2. It's the 3 Guardian Queen. Guardian Queen is a 2-year-old brown filly by Guardian Angel Oz. At a Southwind Tesla by Chapter 7, owned by Hagerman Racing. Herman Hagerman trains. Emmanuel Miller went right down the highway with this filly. 2 minutes, 2/5. This race sponsored by Spurwood Farm.
After the races at Hilliard, had a chance to sit down, and talk to Manny Miller a little bit afterwards. Really nice young man, so he's just really enjoying what he's doing.
The winner, D.D. Silver Dollar 2nd, Been Through Hill 5th, Mighty Lil 6th, Miss Erie 4th. 3, 7, 1, 2, 5, 6, 4 on the bottom, 30 seconds, 59 and 4, 129 and 3, 2 minutes, 2/5.
So second race in the books. And we'll come back after this break, and we will have our third race, the first division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, going for $7,210. 5 scratch down to 3 when we return.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Use code FAIR26 and receive $10 off your next order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Welcome back to the Crawford County Fairgrounds in Bucyrus. Very nice evening here in Crawford County. Do have a little bit of a breeze blowing behind. It'll help the horses coming down the home stretch. They'll be in their faces going up the back stretch. Some white puffy clouds, some blue skies out there. A little chilly though. That front that came through has really dropped the temperatures. Came out this morning. So I better go back in and grab a sweatshirt just to be on the safe side. But good crowd here at Bucyrus, as there always is for the harness racing here. They do a great job. They put on a great show, a great track here. They score 7 wide, so very wide. No trailers today, I don't believe, but we've got some great racing, and probably, without a doubt, the biggest water truck on the fair circuit here. And it takes its time, but it lays down a nice wide stretch of water as they keep trying to keep the dust down here. Crawford County Fairgrounds built themselves a new barn several years ago and did some work on the other one. So most of the horses here are in the barns, but a couple of them, like the Rosie Weaver stable, Hank Levan's stable, they have a system down when they come to these fairs with all their horses and kind of set up a little village back there. I was there when Rosie pulled in today, and she came in, and first thing she did was post the notepad of what races every horse to make sure everybody knew what time they were going to warm up and everything, and then started getting the horses ready. Also racing today down at Washington Courthouse, as we continue to add to them. This is a very busy week this week, as we had we had Hilliard, we had Oak Harbor racing this week. Yesterday, Lebanon. Matt survived Chris survives Carrollton yesterday with all the rain. We're at Washington Courthouse, Bucyrus tonight. We've got Bucyrus tomorrow night. Then it's down to the Southern Valley and Piketon on Friday and Saturday. Tiffin Sunday and Monday. It just seems like every day now for a while we're going to have some fair racing. Horses getting their warm-up in for later on races.
Well, I went down to tell the ladies, but they had already taken care of it.
Oh, I didn't see him give the one out.
I did not either, but at some point when we weren't looking, they did it.
Well, good.
We're a little ways into the season when we already have people that have been to over 10 fairs. So they're stopping by and getting their poker chips. And
what do we have on our poker chips? I see a blue, I see a yellow, I see an orange.
We have got.
So if you get to 10 fairs and you have your passport, it's been signed, you get to come up and get yourself a poker chip. Is it 20 fairs, the next prize, or 15?
Then it's 20 fairs.
20 fairs, and that's a deck of cards.
Yep.
Which has some of our
divisional winners. Yep. Then these the poker chips are the horses of the year. So we have Sugar Instead, the 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year. We have By the Missile, 2022.
And it's Charlie May, I believe.
And we don't have very many Charlie Mays. So the ones that I'm going to give those out, you better get here quick if you want a Charlie May, because I think this is all I've got. And we also, what else do we have? I have some Sugar Insteads.
There you go.
So
I was saying, we got the good crowd here. We got people down on the apron with pulled out their chairs, sitting down there enjoying. You see some strollers out there. Number of little kids making their way around.
And everybody's eating fair food.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have. This is the third fair I've done now. Did Hilliard. I did this one. And what was the other one I did? Tell you, it's not good getting old.
I do not.
What other fair did I do?
I don't remember.
For the life of me, can't remember. I've got to look at my offs guide and see. Let's see.
Speaking of Huff's Guide, we still have some left at the office. So if anybody wants one, give the office a call.
Circleville. Did I do Circleville?
Horses on the track. They're parading onward for race number 3. This one in memory of Tammy Jo Kalb. Home Talent Colt Stakes 3-year-old Colt Pacers, a purse $7,000 at $210. The one is out. 2, Fire in the Rain. Make the driver Rod Allen Jr. 3, Tangled Up in You. Chris Lems in the bike. 4 is out. 5, Rock on Beach. Driver change Sam Widger in the sulky. That's the field for race number 3. Win exacta wagering. Scratch the 1, scratch the 4. Allums on 2, Widger on 5.
It was Circleville. And then the other one I went to was I was at Bell Fountain.
Ah.
Yep. So I did do Circleville. It was you and I.
Oops.
Let's tell you about the horses in this. The first of 2 division for sophomore Colt Pacers going for $7,210. Field of 5 scratched down to 3. The number 2, The number 1, Luck Be My Legend, is scratched. The number 2 is Fire in the Rain. Jane Weller trains. Rod Allums Jr. gets the drive. This is a Catch the Fire out of the McCardle mare Cold Mist. Reese Racing Stable and Jane Weller are the owners. 4 starts this year, a couple of second-place finishes. Last year, very nice year. 13 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds, earned over $23,000. Took a mark of 59-4 at Tiffin last year. Its last win, though, came last August at Richwood.
From the 3-hole, Chris Lems drives Tangled Up New. Is that right? Tangled Up New?
Looks good.
For Daniel Hale. Daniel's the trainer, the owner, and the breeder of this Fumi Once colt. It's out of a Liz Marie mare, Liz Marie's Lady. No starts as a 2-year-old, and basically no starts this year. Has had 3 qualifiers. The last qualifier at Scioto, very nice qualifier in 59-4, but then was scratched sick at Cortland.
Or could it be Tangled Up in You? Tangled Up in You.
Tangled Up in You.
There you
You're
go.
right.
So,
Tangled Up in You.
the number 4, I Am the Sea, is scratch. And to the number 5, that's Rock on Beach. Rosie Weaver trains. Sam Widger picks up the drive. This is a Down by the Seaside out of the Big Jim mare, Big Liz. Rosie Weaver, Heartland Acres, M. Beachy, and B. Wilson are the owners. Has hit the board in 5 of 10 this year, 3 wins, 2 thirds, earnings just under $22,000. Only had 2 starts as a 2-year-old and finished 3rd in one of those. The last win came on May 21st, that at Scioto Downs, and a non-winners of 2 event. Has raced in 3 legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series as an 8th, a 7th, and a 3rd place finish. And the 3 horses on the backstretch will make their way around and head behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate.
So I went on YouTube and I can find Fayette County Fair, but I cannot find our
Oh,
fair.
I had us up.
Did you?
Oh, yeah. Lots of comments already.
Oh, there we are. Just down a little bit.
Getting lots of comments. Yeah, beer brats, green peppers, and onions, tater tots. I'm not sure on the sale, vegetable salad, maybe no lettuce. So
Wow.
that's healthy, Scott.
Scott.
You know, eating cantaloupe, strawberries, and grapes. Woo. It's getting healthy on us. Now the horse is getting behind the starting gate as we get set to roll with race number 3 from Crawford County Fair in Bucyrus. Let's send it over. There's Ratliff.
To $210, and here they come. They're off and pacing along the inside. Fire in the Rain up on the outside. Rock on Beach, and Rock on Beach wants the lead. Fire in the Rain does too as they move around the turn to the backstretch. Tangled Up in You will watch the action from 3rd as they move on into the backstretch. And out there with the lead, with them on top, it is Rock on Beach. Fire in the Rain is their 2nd. Tangled Up in You is 3rd of the 3 as they move on to the opening quarter. So Sam Widger, he's going to lead the way here with Rock on Beach in their 2nd. Rod Allums Jr. with Fire in the Rain. Opening quarter 29-4. And Chris Lems, he can see all the action with Tangled Up in You. They will circle the turn. They'll straighten away and move down here to the half in the leader. Rock on Beach in their 2nd. Fire in the Rain. Then it is Tangled Up in You. They're in single file and out there on the point. Rock on Beach is rocking on thus far. Rock on Beach a length and a half to the good. In their 2nd, Fire in the Rain. Tangled Up in You is 3rd. They're halfway home in a minute. Moving around the turn and heading on into the backstretch. The leader, Rock on Beach. Fire in the Rain is their 2nd. Tangled Up in You still 3rd. No movement yet as they continue on to 3/4. Rock on Beach by a length and a half. Fire in the Rain is there in second. Tangled Up in You is third. Moving by the 3/4, and it's Rock on Beach. Rock on Beach is there in 1:30 and 2. In their second, Fire in the Rain. Then it's Tangled Up in You. Top of the stretch, and Widger says, let's go on Rock on Beach. He now opens up by 3. There in second is Fire in the Rain, but it's Rock on Beach who's got him out there by 3, by 4. By golly, it's Rock on Beach after it all. Fire in the Rain there second. Tangled Up in You was third. 159, 1/5.
That's a whale of a back quarter there. That's 28 and 4.
Yeah, that's, well, if you look at Rock on Beach's last lines, I mean, he's 53 and 4, 53 and 1, 54 and 3, 52 and 3, 52 and 3. So, got the credentials to go that fast.
Yeah, this is a fair track, though.
True, true.
So, but yeah, plus you got Sam Widger in the bike too, who's
Yeah.
Sam usually driving at the raceways. Came here to help Rosie out. Big crew going to the winner's circle, but
is.
it was all Rock on Beach. It's down by the seaside out of the big Jim Mare. Big Liz, 4th win in 11 starts this year, and 29 and 4, a minute flat, 1:30 and 2, 1:59 and 1.
I have a feeling this race is in memory of Tammy Jo Kalb, and I'm thinking maybe that's Tammy Jo's family there.
Making the way to the winner's circle is the number 5, Rock on Beach, with Sam Widger.
Just a beautiful night here at the fair. They have a lot of camping spots too, I see, both in the last turn and on the backstretch.
Yep. All the rides are set up behind us.
Mm-hmm.
Winning race number 3, it is the 5, Rock on Beach, a 3-year-old bay good at Son of Down by the Seaside. At a Big Liz by Big Jim, owned by R. Weaver, Heartland Acres, M. Beachy, B. Wilson. Rosie Weaver trains Sam Widger, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 1:59 and 1. This one in memory of Tammy Jo Kalb, standing in that Ron Store commercial sound winner circle. That if you do not select a winner, keep those tickets, write your name on the back and turn those in, as we will be having lucky loser drawings, a lot of great prizes to be given away here tonight. We start in race 5 and we'll be drawing those throughout the evening. Luck Be My Legend, the winner. Fire in the Rain, second. Tangled Up in You, third. I Am the Sea, scratched. Rock on Beach, the winner. Scratch 2-3. Scratch 1 on the bottom. 29 and 4. 1 minute. 1:30 and 2/5. 1:59 and 1.
3 races, 3 different winners, 3 different trainers.
And with only 3 horses in this race, Rock on Beach takes home 60% of the purse. Fire in the Rain, the second place, takes home 28%, and the third horse, 12%. So that is per the Hometown Colt Association rules.
So 10% extra to the first place,
Yes.
3 to second. That would be the 4th and 5th place finishers normally. So race 3 in the books. Race 4 coming up next. It'll be the second division of Buckeye Stallion Series. Freshman filly trotters to go this race in the memory of Dr. Dan Doc Wilson. So we will be back after this and bring you race number 4.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion, In Range, set new sales records at the 2025 Jug Sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm. Consignment.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Shine now bathing the entire track as it popped out from behind the clouds.
Wind pushing those horses down the stretch, so you see some nice fast last.
And keeping it nice and cool here.
Yes, absolutely is. We got a thank you from Dana, who we helped get. She wanted to have a memorial race for her dad at the Wellington racetrack, so we got her in touch with the speed superintendent up there, and she's got it all taken care of. So
does she? Good. That's
great. A great thing.
Yep. She and I, we exchanged texts today.
Did you?
Regarding that. Yep. So good. I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah. It's always nice to be able to do that. If any, and most fairs will help you out with that. So if you ever need any information on somebody, getting a hold of the speed superintendent's phone number or something, just call us at the office and we'll help you out so you can have that memorial race for your loved one. It's always really nice to do.
I think they just announced that Kane Kaufman will be driving the number 2 in the 6th race. Now, I'm not 100% sure on that, and you have a pencil, so you can mark it in pencil, and I'll wait till later to confirm that and put it in ink.
Yeah.
Susan's the pencil person. I go with markers.
Yeah, I believe in pencils and erasers.
My problem is they never say sharp. I mean,
Well, I have 3.
And see, I go through 3 in about 10 minutes. Yes. And then if you get the mechanical ones, it seems like the lead is just weak, and I break them all the time. So.
That's very true.
Yeah. But right now, sunshine out, the entire track bathed. We got shadows from the grandstand covering everybody on the apron. And, maybe the 7.5 path way out right by the fence. But other than this, I mean, I'll take this in the mid-July all day long.
I think everybody that's here, we've got a big crowd here, I think. There's a lot of people in here, and we're going to have the band starting up pretty soon. I hear them tuning up over there.
It's always nice when we got some entertainment between races to entertain everybody.
Yeah. We were walking around by the barn area, and I was just so impressed with how clean the barns were and how nice everything was back there. Just doing a really good job here, and the people that stay here getting their barns all cleaned up and nice for the fair.
Yep, I think I've won a bet too, by the way, based on this next race. Yeah, I remember when Russell Schwartz hit that milestone, and he told me in the interview circle at Circleville that after I interviewed him that he was done. He was not going to drive anymore, and I made a slight wager with him that he'd be back in the bike at Urbana. Well, he was back in the bike at Scioto Downs a couple weeks ago, and he's back in the bike tonight. Oh,
you just can't quit sometimes.
No, the bug bites you, and I don't care how much calamine lotion you put on it. You're never going to get rid of it. And especially when it's your life. You've been in it your entire life. It's your career, and that's the way it is for him and Deb. And I saw him in his colors, and I looked down and I just started laughing. I walked over and I told her, I said, remember that bet? I think I won it. She just started laughing.
Yeah, he's this filly he's driven a couple of times already.
Yeah. See, so he,
Well, in a qualifier and then first started.
see, now the
at-
qualifier's okay, you know.
Yeah.
I'll let you go in the qualifiers, but in a race, though, you know.
Yeah. This is where we are talking about the 6-horse in the 4th race, Lindy's Money. And Lindy's Money cost some money. It was a $110,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
I think that is the highest price paid for a horse here tonight.
Yes, I believe so too.
Anytime you get up into those triple figures, you know, you start taking notice of those horses.
Yeah.
I believe that's the half sister to Reddy Russell.
Oh,
The phenomenal 2-year-old
There you go.
Yeah.
colt last year.
Just for anybody out there, that voice you hear is Matt Clark. You know, he will occasionally pop in, not as often as we'd like him to, you know, but he's a cornucopia of knowledge.
I'm sure you guys have this marked down, but we've also got Sugar and Stead's half sister in here. There's a full sister. She was a Volstead, wasn't she?
She was a Volstead,
she's a
yeah.
Volstead. Yeah, Lolly.
There you go.
So,
Lolly
full
is-
sister. Yeah, the Sugar and Stead. So there's some
Some nice horses in
very
this.
nice horses in this.
Very expensive horses in this
Yes.
race.
Which, you know, it's funny. Lolly is a $30,000 purchase, and you would think, you know, with that breeding of Sugar instead, might have brought more than that. But the fact that it's in Ronnie's barn and what Ronnie did with Sugar instead, you know, it's like, I don't know how many times I've said it. Ronnie Gillespie and 2-year-old trotting fillies.
Yeah.
A great combination. I tell the story, was it last year I was up at Bell Fountain and, you know, just popped on the air for a little bit, and they were coming up with a 2-year-old trotting filly race, and looked at the board, and Ronnie was at like 10-1, and I said, if you're here, get over to that window. And what did I do? I sat there instead of getting over to the window, and I mean, one easily going away. So
It's funny, we talking about the sales prices and so forth, and in less than 2 months, we're going to be, a month and a half, 6 weeks, we're going to be at yearling sales, thinking about all that again.
well, all the horses in this race were purchased at a sale. So all of them were purchased at a sale. And it's kind of interesting, too. This is one that no winners.
Right.
One of them is going to break their maiden. You know, 4 of them have qualifying wins. And all of them were in leg 1 except for the number 1, Shine T. Were in it. Dublin's Missy was scheduled to race but was scratched. So they've had a taste of the Buckeye Stallion Series. But one of them's going to come out of here with 51 points
Yes.
in that Buckeye Stallion Series race. And
You know-
there you go. That's what I like to see, too. It's great to see our old T-shirts
Isn't it?
up here. You
Yes.
know, people walking around with the T-shirts that we have. Last year it was the fastest ride at the fair. Thanks to Matt Clark for that slogan.
Yeah.
Like I said, just occasionally, but when he does, listen to him. It's worth it. Horses finishing up their warm-ups, going off the track. The 7 for this race have gathered down in the lower turn. They're ready to start post-parading. It's always interesting when they start getting ready to post-parade. The one, which is supposed to lead them, is either not on the track yet or way behind.
Yes. We talk about T-shirts. This year we have some T-shirts that we've been giving out to the fairs. Stars, Stripes, and Sulkies. It's got the 250th logo on there. So we will have a bunch of those at Delaware. So if you are at Delaware and coming into our hospitality tent, which again is only 2 months away, but you'll be able to pick up a T-shirt there.
Filly Trotters in memory of Dr. Dan Doc Wilson. The 1 is excused from the post parade. 2 Indigo Times, Kane Kaufman. 3 Lolly, Ronnie Gillespie. 4 Doc's Last Wish, Rosie Weaver. 5, Tommy Stress. Emmanuel Miller. 6, Lindy's Money, Russell Swartz. 7, Dublin's Missy, Chris Lems in the sulky.
Look at these horses before they get behind the gate. The number 1 is Shiny T. Clifton Bell drives for Chris Beaver. This is a long time out of Shine On. Chris Beaver, Spartners, and Tom Charter are the owners. One start that came back in the Sawyer Stakes back on July 11th at Scioto Downs, finished 7th in $11,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Indigo Times and Kane Coffin from the 2-hole. Kane is also the trainer for Parkview Standardbreds, Red Racer, Red Line Racing Stable, and D. Van Dusen. This is an in-range filly out of a Chip Chip Hooray mare, Like Old Times, and that name is very familiar, Like Old Times. A $30,000 purchase at the Ohio Selected sale. Last start in the Buckeye Stallion Series. She did finish 4th, but trotted in 58-3, came home in 28-2, and if Matt can get her on the camera, you will notice that she has elbow boots, something you don't see much anymore.
The number 3 is Lolly. We talked about her. Ronnie Gillespie drives and trains. This is a Volstead out of Sugar Pop. W.J. Donovan, of Delray Beach, is the owner, the sister to Sugar Instead. 2 starts, a 3rd place finish. That came in the Buckeye Stallion Series a little over a week ago. Also raced in the Next Gen, finished 6th, was placed 5th.
Doc's Last Wish. Oh, got to change on the driver in the 1. Chris Beaver is going to drive. Doc's Last Wish from the 4-hole. Rosie Weaver drives and trains. She also co-owns, along with Beachy, Jury, Wilson, Houston, a Triumphant Caviar out of an I Look Like My Mom mare. I Like Stephanie has had a couple of qualifiers. Did race in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs, made a break, finished back, but had some really nice qualifiers at Delaware, 2, 2, and 3.
The number 5 is 2 Mistress. Micah Miller trains. Emmanuel Miller drives. This is a long time out of Celebrity Faith, owned by Wayne Mast and Jeremy Miller. 2 starts, a 2nd place finish that came back at Northfield in its first career start. Was it the Buckeye Stallion Series on July 14th, finished well back in 8th.
Lindy's Money with Russell Schwartz up for Deborah Schwartz. Jeff Fout Racing, Carsey and Fout, the owners, a Ready for Money out of a Cantab Hall mare for the love of Lindy. As we said, purchased at the Ohio Selected sale for $110,000. Last started out in the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 4th, back just by 4 lengths, trotted in 59 flat, coming home in 28-4.
Making its first career start is the number 7, Dublin's Missy. Chris Lems drives for Sam Scalacci. This is a Coach K Hanover out of the credit winning mare Platonic Hanover. Victor Gray and Colin Hurst are the owners. It did have a qualifying win at Northfield by a neck in 2 minutes. Was scheduled to race in the Buckeye Stallion Series, but was scratched due to transportation issues. A $9,500 purchase in the Blooded Horse sale. Indigo Times with Kane Kaufman in the bike, owned by Parkview Stables, Red Racer, Red Line Racing Stables, and Van Dusen. Part of that group had My Red Sea, which raced in the Next Generation several years ago. And they had talked about putting Indigo Times into the Next Gen this year, but decided not to. So we are ready to go, and as Matt said, if there's fate involved, Rosie Weaver and Doc's Last Wish is going to cross the finish line first. Race in his honor, and that's where the name comes from right before Doc Wilson passed away.
Hero Philly Trotters to the top of the stretch for the 4th race, purse $20,000, and here they come. Last Wish on a break. The others are often trotting and going out there as Shiny T, and Shiny T goes looking for the lead. Lolly is there in second over their 3rd, Indigo Times. In early fourth is Dublin's Missy as they circle around the turn and head on into the backstretch. Over there to be next, we have a Thomas Dress. Then it is a Lindy's Money, and way back trailing Doc's Last Wish as they go on to the opening quarter. And out there with the lead, it's a Shiny T. Shiny T leads the way. Lolly is their second, 30 4/5. In third comes Indigo Times. Dublin's Missy is their fourth. In their fifth is Tommy Stress as they come around the turn and straighten away onto the halfway mile mark of the race, where Shiny T and Chris Beaver out there and in charge by 2.5 lengths. Lolly is still their second. Over in their third comes Indigo Times as they went on by the half. In 59 4/5, on into the turn they go. Shiny T leads the way. Lolly is right there tracking her in second. Indigo Times is third, and Indigo Times is looking antsy in the 3-hole. Kane's looking to send her to the outside. In there next is Dublin's Missy. They continue on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race, where Shiny T leads them by 2. Lolly is there in second. Up on the outside, Indigo Times in third. 3/4 and $1.30. Around this final turn, Shiny T leading. On the outside second, Indigo Times is picking him up and laying him down. Moving around the turn to the top of the stretch. Shiny T, the lead is diminishing. The outside, Indigo Times trying to fly high from the back is Lindy's Money. Indigo Times takes the lead. Inside, Shiny T is battling back. Indigo Times. Shiny T, Lindy's Money third.
201.
Time of the mile, 2:01.
Indigo Times and Kane Coffin for the win sat in the pocket, and Shiny T cut the mile. Kane just pulled out kind of late down the stretch. Got up to win in 2:01.
Keep an eye on Lindy's Money. She absolutely closed a ton in there. She was
Really did,
way
yeah.
back and only beat about 2 lengths. She had to make up 8 lengths in that last quarter.
Nice for Kane to get this win after a long time off. He had that broken heel.
Yeah, saw him scooting around Scioto Downs with his
Yes.
little cart a lot, itching to get back into the bike.
Limousine coming down here with the winners of the fourth race. Connections of the 2, Indigo Times coming back to the Ron Store Commercial Sound winner circle. Sponsor of this race in memory of Dr. Dan Doc Wilson. Indigo Times, a 2-year-old bay filly by In Range at a like old times. What a good mare she was by Chip Chip Hooray. Owned by Parkview Standardbreds.
Judges the starter.
Redline Racing. D. Van Heusen. Kane Kaufman, the trainer and the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:01.
I said, I don't know if anybody can see it, but she does have elbow boots on. Not something you see very often anymore.
Second, Indigo Times the winner, Lolly fourth. Doc's Last Wish was 7th. Tommy Stress was 6th. Lindy's Money third. Dublin's Missy 5th. 2-1-4-7-6-3-5, 30 4/5, 59 4, 130. The mile time 2:01.
There goes your winner, Indigo Times. A $30,000 purchase, picks up the win. Was 4th in leg 1 of the Buckeye Stallion Series. Next up, 2-year-old Colt Trots, the first of 3 divisions, a field of 6, down to 4 when we return to the Crawford County Fair in Bucyrus.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
Okay, welcome back to Crawford County Fair here in Bucyrus. I noticed what a nice fence that is on the backside. They made a really, really nice fence there between the track and the backside. Frank is on his way down to see if we can get an interview with one of the connections of that filly that won the last race. Indigo Times, and the band has started up. Local band. Okay, are you ready, Matt?
Down here with Doug Bixler. And Doug, always nice to walk out of that winner's circle of winner, isn't it?
It's really, really nice. I had lots of friends watching you guys online. I got lots of text messages.
Well, good. Indigo Times, first time out, Buckeye Stallion Series, finished fourth. Kane, who's been, laid up with the injury, gets in the bike today and comes home a winner. And as we were talking, he said he had her measured.
Yes, we felt like she's been a really good filly all along. And we kind of got messed up when Kane got hurt. And it's like, okay, now it's time to go back and let's race and let's see what we can do. So we're hoping to go to the State Fair next week if she comes out as well.
And now with her, you talked about maybe entering her in the next generation, but you guys decided you were going to pass on that.
Kane was hurt, and she didn't qualify as well as we'd hoped. And we had to make some shooting changes, and the result's what you saw.
What did you like about her when you saw her at the select sale? Because you paid $30,000 for her.
I've always liked the videos of some. We had some earlier picked out that went way too high, and like I said, she was at the end of the sale, and I think people just kind of overlooked her because she's elegantly gated.
Well, congratulations! Go cash that ticket.
We're happy. See you. Thank you.
Right. Back up to you.
You missed my good side.
Okay, Frank is going to make his way back up here. I got some people that need passports. Great shirts you guys got. Let me mark your passports for you. We were commenting about your shirts before. We were commenting about your shirts. About that you have the racing shirts, yep. Okay, so every time you come, and just get them marked and. Oh yeah, you did it already. Yeah, okay. Was he excited?
He was very excited. In fact, he said his phones had been lighting up. In fact, he was so excited the first time he walked underneath, he hit his head on that low-hanging thing.
Oh no!
So,
oh, ouch!
He said, "Yeah, it kind of hurt." He said, "If it was on the air, you'd have to beep him out."
Oh.
So, but yeah, very happy, and it's so important when you can get your trainer back in the bike, and that was you saw that tonight with Kane. Just knew what he had with Indigo Times and all set.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk to him earlier before the races, and he was a little nervous.
A little nervous, but excited.
Yes, happy nervous, I should say.
When you get a horse like that, you paid $30,000 for it, and you've watched it grow up, and all of a sudden, the first start, finished 4th, and came big because it was sitting 7th. Came back with a final quarter 28-2, and like you said, the final half was 55.
He said he was figuring it out. Did you tell that he was King Kaufman's math teacher?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's right.
So he said he's driving home, and he said, I shouldn't have been doing it, but I was trying to figure out how fast my horse went her last half. And he said he called Kane and said, really, you think she went in 55-4? And Kane said, well, you're the math teacher. You should know. But it's always good. It's funny, a math teacher like that, and then he ends up training horses for him at some point in his life. That's pretty cool.
So here we go, the post parade for the 5th.
Here are the horses on the track for the 5th race. Home Talent Colt Stakes, 2-year-old Colt Trotters, purse $5,169. Trophy by Richard Boots Aubrey, J&F Construction. The 1 is scratched. 2, Logo Shot. Driver change, Al Mankey. 3 is out. 4, Robo, Rosie Weaver. 5 is out. 6, Dobby Do L, Hank Levan. And the sulky. That's the field for the 5th race. Scratch the 1. Al Mankey on 2. Scratch the 3. Scratch the 5.
Well, that's a new scratch that we didn't have the 3. So now down to 3. The number 1 scratch. The number 2 is Logo Shot. Al Mankey gets the drive for Miles Woolham. This is a colt by Guardian Angel Oz out of Lady Calls the Shots by Uncle Peter, making its first lifetime starts, a $45,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale, owned by Martin Woolham, Bob Troyer, and Lori Mankey, who was the breeder.
The 3 is scratched. The 4, Robo, and Rosie Weaver. Rosie also trains and co-owns along with Roger Houston and Cabby D. This is an in-range colt out of a winning Fireworks mare, Swing Twister. A $22,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Has been making some breaks, but there's less and less X's. There was a lot of X's the first time and a few less, and now last time there was just 1 break. So I think Robo is definitely on the right track.
The number 5 is scratched. The number 6 is Dobby Do L, the only winner in the group. Hank Levan trains and drives for Levan Stable, Dharma Fall Racing, and Megan Levan. 5 starts on the year, a win and a second. The win came at Ottawa after winning a qualifier at Scioto Downs. I talked to Rosie earlier today and said, so how's the year going? She goes, it's going pretty well. She goes, I've got a couple, though, that just, and I think this may have been one of those. She was like, ugh. So trying to get them. And again, you're talking about 2-year-olds and, especially, 2-year-olds. I mean, Rosie trains at a beautiful farm up in, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot. Beach City, Ohio. And I mean, it's got a pool in there. They work with the pool. They've got track, a lot of turnout areas for the horses. And I mean, it's just a beautiful setting. Well, all of a sudden you come to its first race was, tried to qualify at Delaware at Marion, and you're seeing different things.
Yeah.
And now you come here, and now you got all along, you got these big white banners there in front that, you've got to contest with. You got a couple tractors out there. As you're going up the stretch. If you look up, you see a big water tower, in your sight. So, they're dealing with all these different things for the first time.
Yeah, lots and lots of changes. And, with it, to even get a 2-year-old to the races as far as an accomplishment, and then for them to do well, the odds are a little bit striked against you. So it's a tough thing to do, and you give kudos to everybody who's here trying to race.
Well, they're forming up behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. Let's send it over to Ayers Ratliff.
From the New Washington Band here with us again this year, providing our musical entertainment. We're at the top of the stretch for the 5th race. Here they come. They're off off into trotting, and Dobby Duell looks to cross over there with the lead. In there to be second is Logo Shot, and third is Robo. As they move around the turn and head on into the backstretch. Out there with the lead, it's a Dobby Duell. There in second is Logo Shot. In there third is Robo. As they move off, rolling off the backside on their way to the opening quarter. And out there with the lead, it is Dobby Duell. Logo Shot is their second, Robo in third. They are strung out as they move by the opening quarter. And the leader, Dobby Duell in 32 and 4. Logo Shot is there in second, and third is Robo. As they continue and they come down here in front of the stands for the first time. And out there with the lead, it's Dobby Duell leading them by almost 6. In their second, Logo Shot. Robo is third as they move on here by the half. Dobby Duell is just out for a stroll thus far, leading them out there by 8 lengths in 104 and 3. Logo Shot is there in second. The trailer is Robo. They move around the turn to straighten away into the backstretch. Dobby Duell leads them out there now by double digits. Moving into second, Robo with Logo Shot. They continue on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race, and out there with the lead, Dobby Duell by 12. There in second is a Robo with Logo Shot. They went by 3/4 and 136 in and around that final turn. Dobby Duell and Hank Levan just sitting calm and cool on the lead, still by 11 lengths as they come to the top of the stretch. And if this was a fight, they'd have stopped it. It's Dobby Duell who's just beat up on him in here. Dobby Duell, much the best. Robo finishing second. Logo Shot is third. Time of the mile, 2:08.
Kind of just a training mile for all three of them, really, when you think about it. Dobby Duell with the 5 races under her belt, or under his belt, comes out and just really, makes it easy for Rosie Weaver and the second place finisher Robo. It was try to stay flat. And Logo Shot making its first career start, same thing, try to stay flat. And for, in Rosie's case, you sat third and you're getting a third place check no matter what. There's only 3, so maybe experiment a little, see if you can, if the horse wants to decide to pass somebody, and exactly did very well. Passed and then went on after that. So kind of a good learning mile for 2 of them, and a very experienced mile for Dobby Duell.
Yeah, but I kept my eye on Robo the whole time because, as I said, the first time in the race at Paulding, he had 4 breaks, and then he had 2 breaks, and then he had 1 break, and now he had no break. So a big improvement for Robo. But Dobby Duell, 2 wins on the year now, plus a win in a qualifier. One at Ottawa in 2-2-1, and here in 2-8.
Yeah, made it look easy.
Yeah.
In that race.
Didn't have to go any faster.
No.
Said they don't write the times on the checks. They just give you the check. And in this case, a nice check because he got 60%. Again, with only 3 horses in it, goes 60, 28, and 12%.
Pick up that other 10%. Pays for a couple more bags of feed.
Yes, absolutely.
Making its way back to the winner's circle. A lot of Team Levan down in the winner's circle as well.
Winner circle here, winner of the 5th race. It is the 6th Dobby Duell, a 2-year-old bay-gutted son of In Range. Out of Oh So Nice by Credit Winner, owned by Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, Megan Levan, Hank Levan trains, Hank Levan reigns. Time of the mile, 2:08. This the Richard Boots Aubrey J&F Construction Trot.
Getting the pictures taken in the winner's circle. is Dobby Duell. Gelding by In Range out of the credit winner mare. Oh So Nice. Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, and Megan Levan. I was going to say, I saw Joe here earlier, and there he is hiding behind the pole down there. I want to thank Joe. Always early bird special with his calendars that he gives out to us. So, which is kind of funny because I was looking earlier today to find some calendar sheets for the rest of this year. And so I've got that, but yeah.
He's ready for 27.
I know, he's
for 8 races. So as a courtesy to your fellow horsemen, please return your saddle pads as soon as you're done using them.
Races, Ayers was just saying when you're done with your
T-Boy
saddle
is
pads,
scratched,
you have to
Logo
bring them
Shop
back.
Third, Coach
Oh,
Abu
here's the rundown.
scratched, Robo second, What the Will scratched, Dobby Duell, the winner. Scratch 3, Scratch 2, Scratch 1, 32 and 4, 104 and 3, 136, 208.
So there's the rundown. As of right now, we have a full 7-horse field for the next race with no scratches. I may have just jinxed it, but let's hope I didn't. So, and that'll be the third of 7 divisions in the Buckeye Stallion Series when we return to Bucyrus, Ohio.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. It all begins with a dream. In Ohio's lush pastures, a foal is born with the heart of a champion. Through dedication, care, and generations of world-class breeding, that spark grows into raw power. Today, Ohio's Standardbred industry offers nearly $24 million in purses for Ohio breds, drawing the best and rewarding the brightest. Breed, buy, race, and win in Ohio.
Welcome back. Frank Frost along with Susan Schroeder, Matt Clark, bringing you all the action from Bucyrus, Ohio, the Crawford County Fairgrounds. We're also racing down in Circleville at the Washington Courthouse, and I believe today is their community
Chamber
day
night
down there. Yeah,
yes,
community
absolutely.
Day, Chamber night, which
Big night.
Big night down there. Anybody in the grandstand gets a ticket, and then they have drawings, and I mean it's like 4 or 5 prizes after every single race that they do down there. Lisa Schwartz does a great job with that. I know Bob Kendricks, formerly of Channel 6, comes down and MCs it.
You know what I found really unusual? If you look on the USCA site, you'll see the conditions for the race. You know, say 2-year-old filly pace. So I looked on Washington Courthouses, and it said 2-year-old filly pace, beach chairs, and a pool.
Oh, it showed what they were giving away.
Yeah, it showed each big ticket for that. And they give away a lot of prizes, but they have one big one for each race, and they had that right in the race conditions.
There
which
you
I just
go.
thought, it took me a little bit to figure out what they were doing, but it's pretty funny.
Well, it's great when you can get the community behind the races. You get good crowds like you've got here. We've got the band playing between races. Giving away prizes. Here they do the lucky loser drawing. And like they said, what's so lucky about losing? I said they should rename it to the Thanks for the Donation raffle.
But somebody's going to come out of here with something nice.
Somebody.
I'm not sure if it's a TV or what it is tonight.
Well, they've already given out the big. They had a big screen TV. They already gave that out. That if you in your program, if you found the page with the big red thumb, upward thumb stamp in it, you won the TV. I think it was. So lots of good different ideas. It's kind of funny. They used to do that at Columbus Chill hockey games, which was way a long time ago before we had the Blue Jackets in Columbus. But you most fans would come in the same way, and the program seller would stand there and they would, give away, sell the programs, but they would always stamp the back of one program.
Oh.
And if you got that program, you got a free pizza from one of the pizza parlors. So I knew a buddy of mine who would stand behind, wait till that one came up, and then he'd walk around and buy it because he could see it was the winning program because the stamp
really?
was behind it.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
There's always somebody, isn't there?
There's always a con artist somewhere,
yep.
So we're getting ready for the post parade for the 6th race here today. This is the 2-year-old filly trot, 3rd division of 7 of the Buckeye Stallion series.
Lots of driver changes.
Lots of driver changes, and trying to see if Clifton Bell is up on the 6th, and he is, because he was scheduled to drive back in the 3rd. He was going to drive Shiny T, but at the last minute, Chris Beaver came out on the track. Clifton Bell is out there to drive this one, so that, and the number 3, Rose Run Chatterley, Mark Winters, the trainer, had Luke Anders down, but had to change and went with Hank Levan. So Hank Levan picks up a catch drive. And we'll look for his 3rd win of the day.
Hank's a busy guy, but I think I see him every once in a while pick up a catch drive if somebody asks him. He has got 8 in today. Rosie Weaver's got 9, and Miles Willem has 7. So just some busy trainers back there.
Today it was Dad helping him out. Monday at Hilliard, it was his brother Harrison helping him out. Saw Mark Winters when we first got here. We were walking back in the barn area, and Mark was sitting there, and he's in his chair, and he had a horse blanket on top of him. He was so cold. Waiting for the number 1 and Sam Widger and Sparkling Stella to make her way to the front of the
Coming 6th race, sponsored by Hickory Lane Farm. Buckeye Stallion Series 2-year-old filly trotters, a purse of $20,000. 1 is Sparkling Stella, Sam Widger. 2, Lady Martinique, driver change, Kane Kaufman. 3, Rose Run Chatterley, driver change, Hank Levan. 4, Center Field Lady, Ronnie Gillespie. 5, DS Allison, Chris Lems. 6, Just G, driver change, Clifton Bell. And the 7, Dublin's Madonna, driver change, Bryce Brocklehurst. And the sulky. That's the field for race number 6, this Buckeye Stallion Series.
Let's take a look at the 7 in this race. The number 1 is Sparkling Stella. Sam Widger drives for Rosie Weaver. This What the Hill filly is out of a Wishing Stone mare, Cantra Wishing. Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver are the owners. 3 starts, has not hit the board yet. Did finish 4th at the Buckeye Stallion Series first leg at Scioto Downs back on the 14th, the best finish that she has had.
Lady Martinique and Kane Kaufman from the 2-hole for trainer Peter Foley and owner Lynn Foley. This is a Marseille colt, filly, out of an SJ's Caviar mare, Caviar and Chardonnay. This is one of those dual eligible horses, been racing down at Kentucky in the Kentucky Proud. Last 2 miles, one at Lexington and one at Versailles, trotted in 1:59 flat.
The number 3 is Rose Run Chatterley. Hank Levan gets the drive for Mark Winters. This Volstead is out of Posh Spice. Jerry Zazel is the owner. A select sale purchase of $10,000. Couple of starts, finished 5th in the first leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series in 1:59.
Center Field Lady and Ronnie Gillespie from the 4-hole. Ronnie is also the trainer for Madison Global. A Coach K Hanover filly out of a credit winner mare, Centerfold Lady. A $24,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Had a win at Circleville in 2, 4, and 3. And then Scioto Downs was in the Ohio Sire Stakes. Finished 4th, trotted in 59 and 2.
The number 5 is DS Allison. Chris Lems drives for Scott Cox. This is a ready-for-money filly out of Stephanie Hill, owned by Wayne Mass Jr., Callum Racing, Green Wave Racing, and W. Zollers. 2 starts on the year. A second-place finish came in the Buckeye Stallion Series. $30,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale. Does have a qualifying win back on June 25th at Northfield.
Just G and Clifton Bell from the 6 for trainer Chris Beaver. Chris also co-owns and bred this horse. Beaver, Maines, Fleming, and Z-Handler, all the owners. This is a Centurion ATM out of the mare G. O'Keefe, who's by Holiday Road. 3 starts on the year. Fastest trotted was in the Buckeye Stallion Series, 2 starts back in 2 minutes and 2/5.
And the number 7 is Dublin's Madonna. Bryce Brocklehurst picks up the drive for Miles Woolham. This is a Volstead out of the credit winner mare Brim Full. Robert Klein of Millersburg is the owner. Bred at Dublin Valley Farms. 2 starts, a couple of 5th place finishes. Does have a best losing time of 59 and 2. That was at Scioto in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Name we haven't seen before on the fair circuits, Bryce Brocklehurst. His father drives or races over at the Meadows. So Bryce making his way here to the Buckeye State and picks up a Buckeye Stallion Series drive. He's got about 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, he's got quite a few driving for Miles Woolham.
So the 7-horse field on the backstretch right now.
As you said before, the sun or the shade is moving out onto the track. It's about halfway across right now. Seven baby fillies.
Broader sponsored by Hickory Lane Farm at the top of the stretch. Field of 7. Here they come.
Well, I didn't know she was coming. I knew he was coming, but. Seven's off the gate, 6 is off the gate, 3's
They're off into trotting except for Rose Run Chatterley. That one is on a break. Going out there looking for the lead is Sparkling Stella, and Sparkling Stella leads them out there now by a length and a half. Lady Martinique is there in second. Off stride to the outside, DS Allison. In there to be third as they move on into the back stretch is Center Field Lady. As they continue on to the opening quarter, now off stride Sparkling Stella. Sparkling Stella just made a break. So Lady Martinique now leads the way and leads them out there by 2.5 lengths in 30 seconds. Center Field Lady is there in second as they will move around the turn. In there to be third, Just G. Dublin's Madonna is there in fourth. Further back into fifth comes a Sparkling Stella. Then it's DS Allison and Rose Run Chatterley. Moving down here to the halfway mile mark of the race and out there with the lead. With them on top, it is Lady Martinique. In their second, Center Field Lady. Just G is third. Halfway home in 101 and 2. In there next comes Dublin's Madonna. Then it is a Sparkling Stella. Further back then to Rose Run Chatterley on a break again, DS Allison. They're into the back stretch. They're on their way to 3/4. And with the lead, it's a Lady Martinique. There in second is a Center Field Lady, and she's looking antsy there in the pocket. Ronnie Gillespie's trying to pick his spot as they went by 3/4. The leader, Lady Martinique. They're in second, Center Field Lady, 132 and 2. Just G is third. Moving to the top of the stretch, and now Center Field Lady tries to pop alive to the outside. Top of the stretch in the Buckeye Stallion Series, and with the lead, Lady Martinique. On the outside, Center Field Lady. Lady Martinique and Center Field Lady. Lady Martinique, Center Field Lady still coming. Lady Martinique holds on. Center Field Lady is their second. Just G was third. Time of the mile, 2:03.
That mile in 2:03, Lady Martinique. I think Kane Kaufman's going to be glad he came to Bucyrus.
Picks up another win. That's 2 for him. And Peter Foley's going to be happy that he made the trip up from Kentucky with his dual eligible Lady Martinique. Comes up and picks up her first win. Now 5 starts, a win, and 2 seconds.
Talking to Pete earlier, he said he'd been racing down. He says it's been very tough racing down in Kentucky, so he wanted to try this out, and it looks like he made a good move. Pete has a farm down in Lexington, Kentucky. Actually, Salvisa, Kentucky. Close. Full disclosure, my daughter Jessica used to work for Pete Foley for a year, was on the Grand Circuit with him and had some really nice horses.
Lady Martinique coming back to the winner's circle. Have the nice blue blanket.
So they bred this horse too. Lynn Foley, the breeder and the owner. Lynn would be Pete's wife, trainer's wife.
Circle limousine. Moving back to the Ron Store Commercial Sound winner circle after winning race number 6. It's the 2, Lady Martinique. Lady Martinique is a 2-year-old bay filly by Marseille. At a Caviar and Chardonnay by SJ's Caviar, owned by Lynn Foley, trained by Peter Foley. The K-Man, Kane Kaufman, the winning driver. Time of the mile, 2:03. Race sponsored by Hickory Lane Farm.
Kane Kaufman giving her a little tap as they get ready for the picture.
I think she wants out of that winner's circle.
You know, I'm not a real big fan of Lady Martinique's dam. I'm more of a Cabernet guy.
Ken D.S. Allison 7th, Just G 3rd, Dublin's Madonna was 4th. 5-1-6-2-7-3, 4 on the bottom, 30 seconds, 101 and 2, 132, the mile time, 2:03.
And can honestly say I've never had caviar.
Yeah,
so
me neither. It's like eggs or something.
She threw a pretty nice one there, though, didn't she?
Did.
So there's your winner, Lady Martinique. And 6 races in the books. Next up, another Buckeye Stallion Series. 7 more to go behind the gate. This is the 4th division for freshman filly trotters when we return.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Use code FAIR26 and receive $10 off your next order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Band starts up again as we get set for race number 7 on this 15 race card tonight. Card 1 of racing here at the Crawford County Fair. They're back again tomorrow night, and we'll have Jay Wolf joining Susan tomorrow night from Bucyrus. Jay catching a ride up with Brad Conrad tomorrow, so I don't know if I'd want to be in that car.
Well, I'm just hoping that they make it here. You know, they could be a diversion.
Well, there's always a couple stops on the way you can make.
Yeah.
You know, so. But Jay will be joining Susan tomorrow.
Jay has so much knowledge. I couldn't look up what he can remember in his head. It's just amazing what he can. Kind of like Matt.
Yeah, but Matt keeps it in his head. Jay
He
lets
does,
it spew
yes,
out. We
that's
got to get
true.
Matt to let some of it spew out.
It is a beautiful night here. We've got nice ears on the microphone. Even the president of the OHHA is here warming a horse up.
I thought I saw him out there earlier.
He was. I wonder if he's. I did not look to see if he's got more than one.
He doesn't, but he's got one in this race coming up. Let it slide. Kane Kaufman's driving for Scott, and Scott's out warming up another one.
Must be for someone else, yeah, because he's just as trainer, he's just got the one in this next upcoming race. I'm helping somebody out.
He's got number 4. He's wearing it's a number 4 saddle pad. I'm wondering if it might be for
probably about
Jeff Smith.
3 races from
Jeff
now.
Smith in the 10th. Warming up, another one that Kane's going to drive. So I'm gonna have to ask Scott why he scratched TBA to drive. You know, I mean, he usually gets a lot of drives, but he gets scratched right at the end. Somebody else gets the drive.
One thing that I think is so wonderful about harness racing is if you need a hand, there's always somebody there to help you out do something. You need a horse warmed up, or if you need a piece of equipment, or you just need some overall help.
You know, it's
always somebody.
It's funny you say that today because I was standing over there, and I think it was one of Ronnie Gillespie's horses was coming out and stopped for a minute, and Dee Sanders was walking the horse out and went to fix something. And Clifton Bell was standing there, works for Chris Beaver, and saw that they were having a little issue, and he runs over, and they, combined to get it done, taking care of whatever they had.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's everybody helps everybody, it seems like back there.
And somebody's always got the piece of equipment that you need, that you broke for some reason. Somebody back there has always got just what you need. Such a nice barn they built here. I know it's like probably 5 years old, but it still looks so nice, and it's
got just beautiful doors too.
Yes. Nice big stalls inside, a window for every horse. It's just a very, very nice looking barn. I know they had talked about building another one at some point, but the other barns that they have are still in pretty darn good shape. Got one with an outside shed row, and then a couple others that are inside, and I'm going to be ashamed to say this. I've never been in the way back, but there's a whole bunch of shed rows. Attached to that same barn, the barn on the right. A lot more stalls back there, so they can put plenty of horses here. And we were noticing in front of the grandstand, it looks like betting windows.
Yeah.
They're not used anymore there,
back
but
in the old days.
the cage with the little half moon underneath where you slid your money.
And you think back in the old days, they raced 6-7 days at the fair.
Yeah.
Now it's some fairs one, some 2 cards in one day, some fairs a couple of days. Horses are getting ready for the post parade for this, the 4th of 7 divisions here at the Crawford County Fair. This has another race, too, where one of these horses will get that first win and that big check that goes along with winning. 2 of them in here making their first career start. The number 1, Let It Slide, and the number 4, Oats and Honey. Will be making their first career start.
Let's look at the Some of them, these horses have had 2-3 qualifiers, and you notice the progression in the qualifiers. They just get a little bit better and a little bit better, and by the third one, and then I think the trainer finally says, yeah, we're ready to race now.
Let's get together line of unfits. Bring them in order, please.
Getting ready for the post parade. Kane Kaufman and Let It Slide will lead the way. Let's send it over to Ayers Ratliff.
For the race number 7 to come out in parade, Buckeye Stallion Series, the Shelby Eagles, number 763, a purse of $20,000. 1, Let It Slide, make the driver Kane Kaufman. 2, Alleluia, Ronnie Gillespie. 3, Judea, Chris Lems. 4, Oats and Honey, Sam Widger. 5, Dublin's Tessa, driver change, Clifton Bell. 6, Pink Magnolia, Jimmy Smith. And the 7, Lavish Rain, driver change, Bryce Brocklehurst in the sulky.
So there you have the field. Let's tell you a little bit more about these 7 2-year-old fillies. The number 1 is Let It Slide. Kane Kaufman drives for Scott Mogan. This is a creatine out of the Cantab Hall Mare Racing fan. Run the Table Stables out of Montvale, New Jersey. The owners making its first career start. This is a homebred for Run the Table Stable.
Alleluia, and Ronnie Gillespie from the 2-hole. Ronnie's also the trainer for W.J. Donovan, Delray Beach, Florida. This is an Uncle Peter filly out of M&M's, who's by Muscle Mass. Making a second lifetime start. First one was in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs. Finished 5th in there, but did Trotter Mile in 2-1 flat.
The number 3 is Judea. Chris Lems drives for Darren Harvey. This is a Ready for Money out of Big Sky Sarah. John H. and Alan H. Miller are the owners. 1 start, 2nd place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Oats and Honey and with Sam Widger from the 4-hole for Roletta Troyer and James Troyer owners. This is a What the Hill filly out of an SJ's Caviar Mirror. Caviar for the lady. Ohio selected sale purchase for $16,000. Has had 3 qualifiers and just getting better every start. 2-7, then 2-6 and 4, and last qualifier 2-1 and 4.
The number 6 is Pink Magnolia. Jimmy Smith drives and trains and co-owns with Tim Bates. This Volstead is out of Pink Dandelions. 1 start this year, came at the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 6th, $22,000 purchase. First qualifier made a break, but been flat ever since, and just as Susan said, keeps getting a little bit better each time on the track.
Now we're going to go back to the 5-horse, Dublin's Tessa. Clifton Bell up for Chris Beaver. Chris also.
I had to cough, that's why I lost my place.
Okay. Dublin's Tessa also started in the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 6th. He's had 3 starts on the year.
And the number 7 is Lavish Rain. Miles Willem trains. Bryce Brocklehurst will drive. 2 starts on the year. A couple of 6th place finishes. Did trot in 159 and 4 last time out. Let's send it over to Ayers Ratliff.
They're off and trotting. Judea's on a break. Also on a break, Pink Magnolia. Also on a break is Oats and Honey. Also on a break, Let It Slide. Also on a break, Alleluia. They're dropping like flies as they move around the turn and head on into the backstretch. With the lead, Dublin's Tessa. Dublin's Tessa said, thanks, girls, and she leads the way now by 5. In their second is Lavish Rain. Over their third is Alleluia. Then we have Oats and Honey in 4th. Over their 5th, Judea. Then it's Let It Slide. and Pink Magnolia. They went by the quarter 32-1. They're strung out from here to Caledonia as they went by that quarter 32-1. And out there with the lead, it is Dublin's Tessa. Dublin's Tessa and Clifton Bell. They're hot to trot. They lead the way by 4.5 lengths. Lavish Rain is there in second. A gap of 7. Back into third. It's Hallelujah. Then comes Pink Magnolia fourth. Over there to be a fifth is Oats and Honey, the half in 103. On into that turn they go. The leader with them on top is still Dublin's Tessa. They're in second, Lavish Rain. Further on back to Hallelujah third. Over there fourth is Pink Magnolia as they continue on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. And they're still being led by Dublin's Tessa. Dublin's Tessa's trying to make every pole a winning one. Lavish Rain is still in second, trying to hold third. Hallelujah, 3/4 in 134. Moving around the final turn, and out there with the lead, with them on top is still Dublin's Tessa. Lavish Rain is there in second. Further back trying to take third, Pink Magnolia. Through the stretch they come, and it's Dublin's Tessa who's got him here. Dublin's Tessa will win. Finishing second, Lavish Rain. Hallelujah comes back for third. 2:04 and 3.
Trying to figure out after all of the breaks where they ended up. In the words of, I believe it was Tom Pye, there were more breaks there than a dropped carton of eggs.
Yep. Something happened in that first turn, huh?
I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, Dublin's Tessa and Lavish Rain were able to get through it and able to take it home. Clifton Bell picking up his 10th win of the year.
Only 2 in the race that did not run. It's like one filly said, I'm going to run. And the next one goes, I'm going to run. I'm going to run. I'm going to run. They're all going to run.
I got 5.726, and that's all I ended up with. I'm not even sure where the rest of them finished. We'll have to definitely get the rundown from Ayers here in a second. As Clifton Bell makes the way back to the winner's circle, the Beaver crew on the cart coming out.
That's just always disappointing when you do all this and get here, and then they go off and run like silly fillies.
Moving back to the Ron Store Sound commercial winning circle after a winning race number 7, it's the 5, Dublin's Tessa. 2-year-old bay filly by Volstead at a solo TT by Muscle Mass. Owned by Christopher Beaver, Joe Sabraco, Bill Maines. Christopher Beaver trains Clifton Bell, the winning driver, time of the mile, 2:04 and 3. This one sponsored by Shelby Eagles, 763.
So there goes your winner, Dublin's Tessa. Now with 4 starts, a win and a second, earnings now of over $12,000.
Kind of nice to come home and come up here and go home with $10,000 in your pocket.
Not too bad. We'll get the rundown from Ayers, waiting for it to go official. There's our judges, our presiding judge, David Statz, along with our associate judges, Kim Poma and Doug Guthrie. It's now official, 5-7-2. Be interesting to see how this chart looks come
Pam Weller's got her work cut out for her with that. An X here and an X there.
Here an X, there an X, everywhere an XX.
And some of them did make multiple breaks.
Yeah.
But then they all, some of them would rake, and then they'd make up a ton of ground, and then make another break, and then make up a ton of ground. So.
Third, Judea fifth. Oats and Honey sixth. Dublin's Test of the Winter. Pink Magnolia fourth. Lavish Rain was second. 735, 614, 2 on the bottom, 32 and 1, 103, 134, 204 and 3.
So that is 7 in the books. When we come back, we're going to talk about some exciting opportunities that we're going to have coming up to have some events at some pari-mutuel tracks. So we'll talk about those when we come right back.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett in exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Okay, welcome back. This is perfect timing to talk about what we were going to talk about because we just heard Sam Mayhew talking about the Backstretch Buddies Club for kids. On August 1st, which is also State Fair night, one of the State Fair nights at Scioto Downs, we're going to have a youth gathering. And if you come, and if you're already a Backstretch Buddies member, you come and you're going to get a Backstretch Buddies t-shirt. If you come and you sign up that night, you can also get a Buddies t-shirt. So kind of fun to come there. They're also at Scioto Downs that night. They're having corgi dog races. They're having a bounce house. They've got a petting zoo. We're going to, along with coming in and checking in with your Backstretch Buddies membership card, we're going to have horseshoe decorating. So lots of really fun stuff along with the State Fair races. I think I'm missing something, but that's a lot of stuff to do.
It's
great family night.
Yeah, we've got Northfield Park we're going up to. We've got our Sire Stakes. Our Sire Stakes display we're going to have up there coming up in August as well. We have charity night at Scioto Downs where 10 charities will join us at the races, and they'll be teamed up with a horse, and if that horse wins, that charity will take home $10,000 from Ohio Horsemen. So it's a great way that the Horsemen give back to the community. We've got a lot of things planned over the next month and a half. As it continues, we've got a great night, Sire Stakes night, the 50th anniversary. We'll be celebrating there. Then in October, Breeders' Crown comes to Scioto Downs. So a lot going on.
So much.
It definitely is the year of the horse, not only on the Chinese calendar, but also in Ohio.
Yeah. So kind of don't plan anything else for fall because they're just going to be filled with harness racing things. The reunion at Northfield, the Ohio Sire Stakes 50th reunion at Northfield, Frank talked about is August 8th, so the very next. It's on Hambo Day, so you can come to Northfield and watch the Hambo right there. And we're going to be giving out 50th anniversary t-shirts there because you have to ask some very difficult questions.
Yes,
but
I know.
We also have been known to cheat a little bit and give you the answers. So you come up to Northfield that night, we'll have stuff. And we hope that people will bring memorabilia that they have from winning Sire Stakes over the last 50 years. We had some people that brought some pictures to Scioto. We had some pictures already, but when they brought pictures, and it was just kind of exciting to to see all that stuff.
You know, and you talk about Hambo Day. Hopefully a couple of horses with Ohio connections are going to be making an appearance there.
Yeah.
Horse of the year from last year, Big Ranger. And then Chris Beaver has Endurance that he's training that, you know, both have a shot at that race. So it'd be nice to win one of the big ones, you know, and have that Ohio connection.
Absolutely. Such a lot of great racing coming up between now and the first part of November.
You know, Matt has seen both those horses up close and personal. Endurance and, oh, you don't have a mic anymore? Well, why not? Well, here, turn it on.
Oh.
Plug it back in.
Plug it back in.
No wonder you haven't said anything. Yeah, we thought Matt had fallen asleep there, but no, he didn't fall asleep. So.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow.
That's everything he's touching right now has really been good. So we're set for the post parade.
It's going to be a short one. There's only 3 in it.
That's the call to post for the upcoming 8th race. Home Talent Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colt Pace. Purse $7,210, sponsored by Ron Store, Commercial Sound, and this race scratched the 2. 1 Captain's Dance, Sam Widger. 2 is out. 3 Gypsy's Brother, Emmanuel Miller. And the 4 Fired Up Henrielle, Hank Levan, in the sulky. That's the field for the 8th race.
Give you the quick rundown of these 3. The number 1 is Captain's Dance. Rosie Weaver trains, Sam Widger drives. This is a Dancin' Yankee. Rosie Weaver owns, along with David Jury, who's down in front of us. 6 starts on the year, 3 wins, a second place finish. Lifetime 19 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. Earnings over $45,000. Last win was at Wellston, going away by 9 1/4 lengths in 2:01 and 2.
The 2 is Scratch. The 3, Gypsy's Brother. This is a really tough duo, Emmanuel Miller and Herman Hagerman. Those 2 together have been doing really, really well at the fairs. This Gypsy's Brother is trained and owned by Herman Hagerman and bred. So it's a Racing Hill out of a Badlands Hanover mare, Blue Ridge Adelia. 12 starts on the year, 4 wins already. That last win was 2 starts back at Bellefontaine in 1:56-1, a great mile at Bellefontaine. But this horse has a record of 1:51-4 at Scioto Downs.
And the number 4 is Fired Up Henrielle. Hank Levan drives and trains this Catch the Fire out of Mistra. Levan Stables and Megan Levan, the owner. 10 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Lifetime 11 wins and 30 starts. Had won 2 out of 3 going into the Buckeye Stallion Series at Northfield, and just had to go the long mile and was unable to get the job done, finishing 8th in that race, but had that win at Bellefontaine. Also a win at Circleville this year, and also collected a couple of wins in the legs of the Knappenberger down at Scioto Downs. You talked about Manny Miller and Herman Hagerman, you know, a dynamic duo. They were at Hilliard.
Yes.
You know, Manny had, I think, 5 wins, and after the races we were standing around, and Kip Yates, who does a lot of work down at Hilliard, looked over at Manny and said, "So how much did you take out of here today?" And Manny just got a big old smile on his face because he had a really good day at Hilliard. We had 2 cards of 8. That worked out perfectly. He had an 8-race card starting at 1, a break of about 2.5 hours, and then 8 more races after that. Some of the trainers that lived near Hilliard were able to take 4 back or 3 back and pick up the second load. Some of them just left their horses there. There were stalls and had enough stalls for all the horses that came. So
What'd you say? There was 75 stalls there at Hilliard.
About 75 stalls. Yeah.
Hilliard used to be the place to race. I mean, it was the pari-mutuel track before Scioto was built. The old Hilliard racetrack.
Back then it was I think it was Hilliard's back then, and then they eventually dropped the S to just Hilliard. That was the one thing. I kept getting Roger. No, Roger, it's not Hilliard's anymore. It's Hilliard.
Hilliard.
And he would just laugh. So here they come. Let's send it up to Ayers.
Top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Gypsy's brother is off stride as they leave away, so it's Captain's Dance. Captain's Dance goes out there and wants the lead. In their second, fired up Henrielle, and Gypsy's brother is there in third. That's the 3 as they move around the turn to head on into the backstretch. And Captain's Dance leads them. Captain's Dance by 2. Fired up Henrielle is there in second. Gypsy's brother is third. Moving on by the opening quarter, where Captain's Dance is out there in charge. There in second is still fired up Henrielle. Gypsy's brother is there in third by the opening quarter, 29 3/5. Around the turn, they'll straighten away and move on here to the half, and the leader is still Captain's Dance. Fired up Henrielle is their second. Gypsy's brother is third. They'll pace right by Nora Grace. And out there and on top with the lead, it's still Captain's Dance. Fired up Henrielle is there in second. In their third, Gypsy's brother, 57 4. Around the turn, they'll head on into the backstretch, and Captain's Dance waltzing right along. On the outside, Gypsy's brother is coming on to challenge with fired up Henrielle. The field of 3, it's wide open as they continue to 3/4. Captain's Dance the leader. On the outside, Gypsy's brother. Those two right together. Fired up Henrielle is third by 3/4 and into that final turn, and now fired up Henrielle is moving 3 wide. 127. Moving around this final turn, they're 3 across the racetrack. We've got a horse race here in Bucyrus, Ohio. Down the stretch they come, and fired up Henrielle went around them. He's moved from the basement to the penthouse. It is fired up Henrielle to win. Finishing second, Gypsy's brother, Captain's Dance. Rather, it was Gypsy's Captain's Dance second. Gypsy's brother was third. 1:56, a blazing mile in race 8.
1:56 is, think about a second off of the track record.
A fifth
off the track record. No,
a
1:56 flat. That's a track record. We're trying to
get that
calculate
straight.
this with the two of us. We were so excited about the race. The fans were going crazy too. And Susan even said it's the best race of the day. And just a great battle out there.
But when fired up Henrielle got out, holy mackerel, he flew. He was making up tons of ground in the turn. You don't see you doing that 3 wide in a turn. I still got goosebumps. 1:56, new track record.
But yeah, that was a great horse race as Captain's Dance had to fight off Gypsy's brother, and then Gypsy's brother took the lead. Then all of a sudden, Captain's Dance came back, but out of nowhere came fired up Henrielle and Hank Levan to come away with the win.
Pushes fired up Henrielle's earnings to over $80,000 lifetime.
Whose record was it that broke?
Arbin.
Well, hold on a second. We've got some sort of an inquiry, I believe. He said a placing, but we're going to have to see because the one that broke was Gypsy's brother and was third.
Second, placed third for interference with the 3 Gypsy's brother while leaving the gate. Again, new call here is a 4-3-1 new call in the 8th race. That placing on the 1 from second to third is for interfering with the 3 while leaving the gate. The David and Pat Jewelry winner circle limousine has brought him back here to the Ron Store Commercial Sound winner's circle.
2 kids.
Very impressive. Put a move on him in the 8th race of the 4. Fired up. Henry L., a 3-year-old bay-goated son of Catch the Fire. Out of Mistra by Art Major, Omai Levan Stables and Megan Levan. Hank Levan trains. Hank Levan scores again. Time of the mile 1:56. This one sponsored by Ron Store Commercial Sound. 3rd for interference while leaving the gate. The 2 was scratched. Gypsy's brother, 3rd place 2nd. Fired up Henry L., the winner. 2 place 3, scratch. 3 place 2, 1 on the bottom. 29 and 3, 57 and 4, 127, 156.
The record of 156 and a 5th that was held by Arbin. That lasted 1 year.
1 year.
After it took 18 years for the record to be broken. And with that, that'll also be a new 3-year-old colt pace record, breaking the record set by Night Train back in 2007. Yep, the record that Arbin ended up breaking.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
We're talking.
Nope, we got the
wrong place. I'm sorry. That's my fault. That was Wellston. Where is my sheet?
Yeah, we got all excited, man. I'm texting theirs over there.
I know. I was thinking that too. Why aren't they saying something?
Right.
Well, we'll figure it all out, and then we're on a break. We'll come back and
We'll
get
be
that.
back after this.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion in range set new sales records at the 2025 jug sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm consignment.
Once a year, the greatest converge. 12 championship races, over $7 million on the line. History will be made. Legends will rise. In October 2026, Scioto Downs becomes the venue where speed meets destiny. The Breeders' Crown, harness racing's ultimate showdown. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. Back to Crawford County and Bucyrus as Susan scans her book to try to find what actually is the record. They think it's 153 or 153. So there, is that it right there? There it is. Keep going back.
There we go.
Big Booty Rudy, 153 and 1.
Oh, my apologies, everybody. I was working on Wellston's. I'm still thinking I was in Wellston, I guess.
Yep. So the Bucyrus record is 153 and 1.
Big Booty Rudy, in 2021. Before that, Night Pro and Dale Decker from 2017 and 155. So
there you go.
I do have this tidbit. Crawford County Carcass Show is the number 3 county in the state for pig farms, pork production, and hogs sold. So,
oh, okay, that's good to know. So we're down up to the 9th race. As we chip away at this 15-race card.
That was the 3rd win for Hank Levan, both as a driver and a trainer today. Not.
And that now puts Hank sitting at the top of both. 38 wins now as a driver and 35 as a trainer. Opened up the lead a little more on Herman Hagerman, who's now at 27.
I did not look at the Washington Courthouse program tonight as who's who's in down
see
there.
who's in that way down there.
Yeah.
Yep. Horses out on the track warming up for the later races. This a field of 6 now down to a field of 5 with the scratch of In the Plan.
Well, thank everybody for watching on the broadcast. That's we appreciate everybody staying. I said that I like that call from the basement to the penthouse with fired up Henry L.
He was fired up as he came around that final turn and down the stretch. And continues to play here. This one of those fairs that, the harness racing and the grandstand points out, and then, behind us are all the rides and all of the attractions that go on.
I've got a very nice horse arena on the backstretch, a little further on from the track, where they have some pretty big horse shows, I think. We talked about earlier about the nice campgrounds that they have, both on the backstretch and in the last turn. Nice little fair. I know that they have a lot of, I guess, what you call flea markets here during the year. They sell rent out the buildings that they have, and they have a lot of flea market type things.
Here are the horses onto the racetrack. For race 9, in memory of C.R. Guthrie, purse $5,169, scratch the 2. 2-year-old Colt Trot, 1 Uncle Fashion at Greeno Jr., 2 is out. 3 Vacation Hill, Michael Miller. 4 Pleasing Jack and Jimmy Smith. 5 Stretch Limousine, Corey High. And the 6 Ranger Lonnie L, Hank Levan in the sulky.
Let's tell you a little bit about these 5 horses. The number 1 is Uncle Fashion. Ed Greeno Jr. drives and trains, owned by E.G. Trot. This Uncle Peter is out of Rompaway Jazzy. 3 starts on the year, a win in 2 seconds. The win came last time out at Wilmington in 2:04 and 1.
The 2 is a scratch. The 3 Vacation Hill, Michael Miller drives for Brian J. Miller and Robert Klein. It's a What the Hill colt out of a Dream Vacation mare. Ilazoo has just had 1 start. That was at Cortland, and that was a winning one in 2:12 and 4. This was a $15,000 purchase at the Ohio Selected Sale. Also looked like Michael Miller's first start of the year, so had 1 start, 1 win. He's batting 1,000.
Not too bad. The number 4 is Pleasing Jack. Jimmy Smith drives and trains for D. Teixeira of Vincent, Ohio. This is an in the range out of the Pleasac mare Pleasing Form. Couple of starts, finished 5th at Northfield, and then last time out in the Buckeye Stallion Series, made a couple of breaks and finished well back.
Stretch Limousine and Corey High from the 5-hole. Corey is also the trainer and owner. A Long Tom colt out of a Cantab Hall mare, Can Do It All. So had 1 start at Bell Fountain. Made a break and finished distance. Was a Buckeye Classic purchase for $6,000.
And the number 6 is Ranger Lonnie L. Hank Levan will try to go back-to-back here. Drives and trains for the Levan stable. E. Perry, Megan Levan, and R. Freese. This is an in-range out of the Crazed Mare Culinary Delight. 4 starts on the year, but has had breaks in the last 2. A $7,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Susan, you talked about the fair. This fair started back in July 16th. Is the first day of the fair, so it's one of the longer ones we've got, and it continues on through July 25th. 27th or July 26th. It continues on to. It's when they release all the animals, but a lot of the stuff still takes place. Like on Saturday night, we'll have the Demolition Derby here as well, along with the pedal tractor pull. On Friday night, July 24th, it's the truck and tractor pull. The OSTPA will go on. And on tomorrow night, harness racing here, harness racing tonight. They also had something on, if I can find it again. They had Wiener Dog racing earlier this evening. If I can find the one, I saw this, and I want to know more about this if I can find it again. It's Battle of the Burrito in the Junior Fair Pavilion. Not sure what that is, but
we'll have to find
sounds
that
like
out.
a food contest. So,
it does.
But let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff.
Both of them are off the gate.
They're off and trotting, and Uncle Fashion goes right out there looking for the lead. Vacation Hill is there in second. It's a Pleasing Jack in third. Over there fourth, Ranger Laniel. Stretch Limousine, the trailer, as they circle the turn and moving on into the back stretch. So Ed Greeno Jr., he's got Uncle Fashion out there a wing-dinging on the lead by almost 2. Vacation Hill is there in second. Pleasing Jack is third. Ranger Laniel in fourth. And the trailer, Stretch Limousine. They went by the opening quarter. And Uncle Fashion is out there and on top in 32 and 4. Vacation Hill is their second. Pleasing Jack is still in third. Over there fourth, Ranger Laniel with Stretch Limousine. They straighten away and move down here in front of the grandstands, and with the lead, Uncle Fashion, and Ed Greeno Jr. is in charge thus far, out there by a length and 3/4. In their second, Vacation Hill, Pleasing Jack in third, halfway home in 1:05. Around the turn to the back stretch they go, the leader, Uncle Fashion, off a win at Wilmington, leads them by 2. Vacation Hill, off a win at Cortland, is there in second. In their third, Pleasing Jack. Then it's a Ranger Laniel and Stretch Limousine. To 3/4 they go. The leader is Uncle Fashion. Now moving up on the outside. Here comes Pleasing Jack and Jimmy Smith by 3/4 and into the final turn at 1:35 and 2. Uncle Fashion with the lead. Pleasing Jack on the outside. Vacation Hill at the rail. Moving around the turn to the top of the stretch. Uncle Fashion trying to see it through. Pleasing Jack is trying to get there, trying to sneak up the inside. Vacation Hill. 3 of them coming to the wire here. In between them is Uncle Fashion holding on. Pleasing Jack was their second. Vacation Hill was third. Time of the mile, 2:05 and 1.
Another great horse race, 3 across the line. You could throw a blanket over them, but it was the number 1, Uncle Fashion, hanging on for the win. Second was Pleasing Jack, and Vacation Hill finishing third.
That was really a great finish. We had some people down here. I would have swore that they owned their horse, but I think they've just
been fans, cheering like crazy every time.
Yeah, they are really enjoying it. We've got some hardcore fans here at Bucyrus.
I'll tell you, it's nice. You look at this race and you see the names of the 3 drivers, names you really don't hear too often.
Right.
Ed Greeno Jr., the winner, finishing second. Jimmy Smith, Michael Miller finishing third. Names you usually don't hear out there. Michael Miller, just his second start this year, so now he's got a first and a third. Jimmy Smith, 2 wins on the year, and Ed Greeno Jr., that was his second win of the year.
And you know what else is pretty cool? Ed Greeno Jr., 63 years old, Michael Miller, 22.
Yep.
They're, we always talk about that you can drive these horses until you're old. Older. No age restrictions.
And here comes your winner back to the winner's circle.
Run Store Commercial Sound winner circle after winning the 9th race won Uncle Fashion. Uncle Fashion, a 2-year-old Bay Colt by Uncle Peter. At a Rompoe Jazzy by Chip Chip Hooray on my EG Trot. Trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Time of the mile 2:05.1. This one in memory of C.R. Guthrie.
There's an objection.
We do have a driver's objection here. Driver's objection. It's off the board though, right?
Yes.
So we'll have to wait to get the official rundown then.
5, saying he was interfered with by the 6. 5 against 6, off the board, objection.
Okay, so the judges will have to chat about that and see what they make their decision. I noticed that one of our judges went over to the winner's circle, and then it was a Guthrie in memory of C.R. Guthrie, and our associate judge is Doug Guthrie,
yep.
so it must be a family member of his.
I think they may be waiting for him to come back up to discuss, see what everybody saw. Our 3 judges, David Stats, Doug Guthrie, and Kim Pomo over there.
It is still, I'll say this over and over and over again, it is so hard to be a county fair judge, because you just do not get those. You don't have that extra technology, the different views, and the ability to start and stop the replay as you do in a pari-mutuel track. It's a tough, tough job to be a fair judge.
I think they're gathering up over at Mike Wepkenberg's starting gate to discuss over there what was going on. And, you know, it's funny, you talked about how tough it is to be a judge, and Kip Yates was telling the story about Hilliard one time they had where a judge thought the horse was inside the pylons on the backstretch, and Kip was one of the associate judges, and he was like, no, and the judge said, oh no, I think he was, and Kip says, no, I can guarantee he wasn't, and it was like, well, how do you know? He says, because right there where it is, there's a dip inside there, and had the horse hit that dip, the driver would have been thrown, so they were definitely outside the pylon. So, the track knowledge helped there, yes. But you're right, it's so hard to see sometimes, and at some of these fairs, it's really hard to see. I mean, we were talking about, the Rock down in Middleport, down at Pomeroy, and that is a paper clip track. The turns are very, very tight, and the stretches are so long. And from where the judges' stand is, it is so hard to see the far end if there's anything that happens out there.
Yeah, and this track here,
Bucyrus Conrad on the 1,
is very open. We can see a lot. A lot of times there's a lot of extra stuff in the infield, and then we can't see either. So
Bryce Brocklehurst on 7. Bring him on for the 10th.
So we do have a driver change on the 2. We're waiting to find out who the 2 is coming out. Ayers did announce it, but we did miss it. I don't think we've had the official rundown.
No.
So it looks like they're still talking over there. So why don't we take a break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have the final rundown when we return to the Crawford County Fairgrounds in Bucyrus, Ohio.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead, sire of multi-million-dollar performers, with his first big crop of talented 2-year-olds making their mark on the track. Also standing, Slay, son of Chapter 7, with his highly anticipated first crop of yearlings selling this fall. And Coach K. Hanover by world record holder Wallner with his first crop of 2-year-olds hitting the track this summer. Looking for your next superstar? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients proudly offer high-quality yearlings with pedigree, conformation, and performance potential at public auctions this season. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Welcome back. Well, the objection was disallowed, so the rundown from the 9th. The number 1, Uncle Fashion, was your winners. The number 2 was Scratch. Number 3, Vacation Hill, finished 3rd. Number 4, Pleasing Jack, was 2nd. Number 5, Stretch Limousine, was 5th. And number 6, Ranger Laniello, was 4th. Top down, 1, Scratch, 3, 2, 5, 4 on the bottom. I'm getting good at that, listening to Roger and Ayers and Doug and all those guys, how they do it. So,
And it's funny, everybody has their own way of doing it.
their own little flair.
Yeah, yep. And how they, Doug Ballinger gives the rundown. He always gives the final time first, and then he gives the 3/4. He doesn't give, Roger will go in order, Ayers goes in order, so everybody's just a little different.
And I forgot it, 205-1 was the final time.
Yes. And Frank,
I just follow along. So back to the Buckeye Stallion Series, the 5th of our 7 divisions. So we'll have one in the 10th, and then we'll have the 12th and the 13th are the other Buckeye Stallion Series races this evening. As Ayers has called them out onto the track. So waiting for those horses. And we will be set to go. As we get ready, it looks like they're ready for all on the track now. It's just a matter of the post parade. We'll try to tell you who's driving the 2. One of the driver changes is Carson Conrad will drive the 1. Clifton Bell will drive the 5. Steve Byler will drive the 6th, and Bryce Brocklehurst will drive the 7th. Don't forget, programs are available at harnessracingohio.com. We put the programs up about an hour before airtime, so you can download the program and follow along.
it's also, you can go to, that is at Harness Racing Ohio. You go to OHHA.com and look for standings now. Getting kind of important. Where,
Yeah.
And we're putting them up a lot, so I hope you all go look at them. We've got, of course, the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, the Buckeye Claiming Series, the Ohio Fair Championship, and then the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. For the other 3 colt circuits, you need to go to their own websites and look. So like this, the Home Talent will be on the Home Talent website.
So let's head up to Ayers.
Horses on the track for the 10th race. 1, Coach Me to Win, Carson Conrad. I'll make a call after this race and let you know, or after. Valerie, Chris Lems. 3, Aunt Jessie, Leroy Eicher. 4, Ritzy Rita, Kane Kaufman. 5, ATM Fees, Clifton Bell. 6, Classy Cosmos, Steve Byler. 7, Range Queen, Bryce Brocklehurst in the sulky. That's the field for the 10th race, sponsored by Bob Swartz.
The only scheduled driver in this race is Kane Kaufman. Every other horse has a different driver, and we'll tell you about them. The number 1 is Coach Me to Win. Steve Carter trains. Carson Conrad picks up the drive. This is a Coach K. Hanover out of Flirt and Flair. Hatfield Stables, Brent Davis and Steve Carter are the owners. 1 start that came back on July 14th in the Buckeye Stallion Series. It was a win for this $17,500 purchase from the Buckeye Classic sale in 158-4. Chris Page was in the bite that night.
Sweet Valerie and Chris Lems from the 2-hole for trainer Karen Freed. Karen also co-owns this horse along with Jan Freed, a Volstead filly out of a What the Hill mare, Sweet Magnolia. A $7,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale has already won $13,000, partially in due to a win at the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs, and that was in 58-1. Also finished second at Scioto and a non-winners of 1, trotted in 59-4 that night.
The number 3 is Aunt Jessie. Leroy Eicher drives and trains this Action Uncle out of the Jailhouse Jessie mare, Jessie's Express Lane. Laverne Hostetler is the owner. 3 starts, a 3rd place finish. That came in the Buckeye Stallion Series. First leg at Scioto Downs. Also had a 3rd place finish in a qualifier over at Hoosier Park.
Ritzy Rita and Kane Hoffman from the 4-hole for trainer Jeff Smith. TD Trot and Let's All Rock LLC, the owners. This is an in-range filly out of a Muscle Hill mare, Southwind Ritz. A Buckeye Classics, or Buckeye Blooded Horse Sale purchase for $18,000. Horse did start in a Buckeye Stallion Series.
The number 5 is ATM Fees. Clifton Bell drives for trainer Chris Beaver, who's one of the co-owners, along with Steve Z. Handler. Chris Beaver also the breeder. This is a Centurion ATM out of the Credit Winner Mare Money Grabber. 3 starts on the year, still looking to hit the board. Best finish was in Oak Harbor, finishing 4th in 2:06. The number 6 is Classy Cosmo. Steve Byler drives for Micah Miller. This long tom out of Unreal Classy is owned by Ben Lee Troyer. Couple of starts this year, a 2nd place finish. That came at Northfield in a non-winners of 1 for 2-year-olds, and was in the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 5th. The number 7 is Range Queen. Bryce Brocklehurst gets the call for Miles Woolham. This in range is out of Royal Bikini. Robert Klein of Millersburg is the owner. Couple of starts, the last one in the Buckeye Stallion Series, and finished 7th in that. All of these horses, except for ATM Fees, raced in leg 1 of the Buckeye Stallion Series. So the field on the backstretch, they'll head towards the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate, which now sports the American flag on the hood of the starting gate. Mike spicing up the starting gate a little bit. Horses behind the gate, they are ready to roll. Let's send it to Ayers Ratliff.
Bob Swartz, DVM, Buckeye Stallion Series Filly Trotters. They're racing here for $20,000, and here they come. They're off into trotting in Sweet Valerie. How sweet she is. She goes out there to take the lead. In their 2nd, ATM Fees. Coach Me to Win is on a break. Moving around the turn and on into the backstretch they go. On the outside, Ritzy Rita is now settling in 3rd in front of Aunt Jessie in 4th, and Ritzy Rita's just jumped off stride. So Aunt Jessie is now in 3rd. It's a Classy Cosmos 4th. Over there, 5th, Range Queen. Then we have the 2 breakers of Ritzy Rita and Coach Me to Win. They go by the opening quarter.
31-3.
In 31-3, Sweet Valerie. Off of a Buckeye Stallion Series win at Sighted Down. She leads the way by a length and a quarter. Moving up on the outside now is Classy Cosmos. She's up into 2nd, ATM Fees in 3rd as they drive down here to the halfway mile mark of the race, being led by Sweet Valerie. On the outside, Classy Cosmos in 2nd, ATM Fees there in 3rd. Over there, 4th is Aunt Jessie. Next we have Range Queen as they move on by the half in 102-4. Around the turn they'll head for the back stretch. The leader, Sweet Valerie. On the inside, 2nd, ATM Fees. Outside, Classy Cosmos 3rd. In their 4th is Aunt Jessie. Range Queen is next. Further on back than to Coach Me to Win. Off stride again, Ritzy Rita as they continue on to 3/4. And the leader is still Sweet Valerie. They're in 2nd, ATM Fees. Nothing more from Classy Cosmos. 134 3/4 speed, moving around the turn to the top of the stretch. And the leader and on top is Sweet Valerie. Sweet Valerie's out there now by 3. Shaking free and trying to rally on late comes Aunt Jessie. Through the stretch they come. It is Sweet Valerie. How sweet she is. Sweet Valerie from start to finish. And Jessie finishing 2nd, Range Queen 3rd. Time of the mile, 2:04 1/5.
It was all Sweet Valerie and Chris Lem, start to finish. Went out, grabbed the lead, able to fight off a challenge from ATM Fees to start, and then pulled away. Aunt Jessie closed down the stretch, but too big of a lead for Sweet Valerie, trained by Karen Freed. This is a Volstead out of the What the Hill mare, Sweet Magnolia, and now is won the first two legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series for 2-year-old filly trotters. So without a doubt, sitting atop, Sweet Valerie will be atop the board for the 2-year-old filly trotters in the standings. First win for Chris Lems tonight. Karen Freed's first win as well.
To the Ron Store Commercial Sound winner circle, that is the 2, Sweet Valerie. 2-year-old brown filly by Volstead at a Sweet Magnolia by What the Hill. Owned by Karen and Jen Freed. Karen Freed trains Chris Lems, the winning driver. Time of the mile 2:04.1. Race sponsored by Bob Swartz, DVM.
From airs as well.
The win was 6, Sweet Valerie the winner, and Jessie second. Ritzy Rita 7th, ATM Fees 4th, Classy Cosmos 5th, Range Queen 3rd. 6-1-2, 7-4-5, 3 on the bottom, 31 and 3. 102 and 4, 134, 204 and 1. Race
rundown. Through 10 races today, Hank Levan leads the drivers and the trainers standing. Hank with 3 wins under both categories. The only other trainer or driver to double up has been Kane Kaufman, and that was on the driving side. He's got 2 wins. Our other winners driving, Manny Miller, Sam Widger, Clifton Bell, Ed Greeno Jr., and Chris Lems. Over on the training side, Herman Hagerman, Rosie Weaver, Kane Kaufman, Chris Beaver, Ed Greeno Jr., Karen Freed, and one more, and that was, I'll get that name for you here in a minute, Peter Foley was the other one. So those are your winners so far. On to the 11th, and this will be the second division of 3-year-old colt trotters when we return to Bucyrus, Ohio right after this.
Feel the thunder, experience the speed, witness the excitement of Ohio harness racing. Ohio is home to 4 pari-mutuel tracks with exciting action at Northfield Park, Scioto Downs, Miami Valley Gaming and Racing, and Dayton Raceway. Plus racing at 66 county and independent fairs statewide. From legendary events like the Little Brown Jug to the Dayton Racing Derby, Battle of Lake Erie, and Next Generation Stakes, Ohio is where champions race. The speed, the tradition, the excitement. Don't just watch it, be a part of it. Race Ohio, it's your best bet. Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit ohiohorsejobs.com. That's ohiohorsejobs.com.
Welcome back to the Bratwurst capital of America, Bucyrus, Ohio, where they hold the Bratwurst Festival every year, annually held in August 13th, 14th, and 15th. And for those of you counting, it's 21 days, 4 hours, 20 minutes away from starting. Food, parades, unforgettable memories. Over 100,000 visitors every year come to the Bratwurst Festival here in Bucyrus. 11th race on the card here from Bucyrus. We'll be back to do it again here tomorrow night, as we will have Susan Schroeder and Jay Wolf will be here with all the action. Tomorrow we will feature the fillies for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. We'll also have the Walter Michael Memorial, the Lawrence Burwell Memorial, the Playboy Hanover, part of the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series, and the Dharma Fall Family Springhaven Farms Lady Driving Series as well. So another full night of racing here from the Crawford County Fairgrounds. And so if you're in the area, please stop on by. Don't forget to pick up your passport that you can then have initialed. And those of you that make it to more county fairs, stop by our broadcast location and get your passport initialed, and then great prizes throughout the year as you attend more fairs. Prizes given at the 10 fair, the 20 fair mark, and then we'll have our big grand prize winner at the end of the year. Shadows now have overtaken half of the stretch from the finish line down to the first turn where the sun has been setting. There's also a big shadow, maybe about 100 yards, maybe 75 yards before the finish line. One of the big buildings, as the sun sets behind us, casting that shadow. Crowd has stuck around through the first 10 races. I think the band has called it a night, though. They have wrapped up and they're heading out. But just a beautiful evening here, especially when you take a look and you realize it's the third week of July and how hot it can normally be and how hot it has been. But today, just a very pleasant day throughout of all of central and north central Ohio. Sunshine. The few white clouds that we have kind of moved away as the wind has blown the clouds away, but we are slowly seeing the shadows creep across the track as we get set for race number 11, the 3-year-old colt trot coming up. 7 will go behind the gate. The only change that we have gotten so far will be the new driver for the number 6 jogging diamond. Bryce Brocklehurst will be in the bike for Miles Woolham, driving jogging diamond. Waiting for the post parade to begin.
David Jerry just said his grandkids are showing goats over there. He said they're doing better over there than he is with his horses.
Well, let's see, and that's how it all starts for a lot of these families with the 4-H projects and everything. I know, you say 4-H and people think it's always animals, but there's so much more to 4-H than just, showing animals. And that I was, between cards at Hilliard, I was walking through one of the buildings with a lot of the 4-H exhibits. And, there was everything from photography to sewing to, different things. And, they were interviewing a lot of the 4-H participants about their projects that they had there. And it was really nice to see some of the things that the 4-Hers had done.
It's amazing what those kids can make.
That it is.
Yeah, the woodworking. I'm always amazed at the woodworking.
So set for the post parade. Let's send it over to Ayers.
The 11th race, sponsored by Ohio Foam, for $7,210. One Hidden Brook Money, Edward Miller. 2 Knickerschnoodle, Jay Weller. 3 is Rude Dude L. Hank Levan. 4 Got the Money Honey, driver change Rosie Weaver. 5 Red All Over, Charlie Myrick. 6, Jogging Diamond, driver change Bryce Brocklehurst. And the 7, Eye Catching, first time Lasix, Michael Durrance in the sulky.
So there you have the field. Let's tell you a little bit more about them, starting with the number 1, Hidden Brook Monty. Edward Miller drives for Kurt Sugg. This is a ready for money out of Little Flower, owned by Rebecca Sugg, Adam Freeland, and Hidden Brook Stables. 9 starts this year, a second and 2/3. Last year had 8 starts with a win. That win pushed it up, the earnings up around the $16,000 mark. Last time out in the Buckeye Claiming Series starter allowance at Scioto, finished 5th. Made a break in the race before that.
And the 2 gets my vote for the best name of the night, Nickerschnoodle. Jay Weller drives for, and also trains and co-owns along with Louis Weller, a What the Hill colt out of a Ken Worthington mare, Taglong Kendra. It was purchased at the Buckeye Classic sale for $16,000. Has had 7 starts this year, 2 seconds, and earned almost $6,000.
The number 3 is Rude Dude L. Hank Levan drives, trains for Levan Stable, Dharma Fall Racing, E. Perry, and Megan Levan. This is a long Tom, 3 wins in 8 starts, earned over $9,000. Lifetime, 22 starts, 7 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3. Winner last time out at Wellston in 2:03.
Got the Money Honey, changed the driver to Rosie Weaver, who is also the trainer. Weaver, Heartland Acres, Jury, and Wilson all own this Ready for Money colt. It's out of a Donato Hanover mare, Ariel. Was sold at the Ohio Selected sale for $42,000 and has made that back. His earnings, lifetime earnings of $44,000. Won 2 starts back at Cortland in 2-6 and 2.
The number 5 is Red All Over. Charlie Myrick drives and trains for Richard Mares. This is an enterprise out of the Chip Chip Hooray mare, Chip and Strawberry. 7 starts this year, still looking for that first win. Does have 1 win that came last year here at Bucyrus. 3rd last time out at Cortland.
And from the 6-hole, Jogging Diamond with Bryce and Eye Catching the number 7, first time Lasix.
They're off and a trotting Rude Dude L trying for the lead. Nickerschnoodle is there in 2nd. It's Red All Over in early 3rd. On the outside, Eye Catching towards the rail, Hidden Brook Monty. Hidden Brook Monty just made a break. Also off stride, got the Money Honey in behind the breakers. Getting the worst of all that, Jogging Diamond. They go to the opening fraction with the lead, Rude Dude L. On the outside, Eye Catching is parked and pressing here along the rail, Nickerschnoodle. Opening quarter, 30-1. Around the turn they go, and the leader, Rude Dude L. On the outside, Eye Catching. He's taking the scenic route. In their 3rd, Nickerschnoodle. Then we have Red All Over in 4th. Further back in 5th is a Jogging Diamond. Further back yet, Hidden Brook Money. And that trailer got the Money Honey. They move on by the half, and the leader, Rude Dude L. The Rude Dude still leads the way. Halfway home in 60 seconds flat. In their 2nd, Nickerschnoodle. Eye Catching is on the outside, but fading some. In there next is Red All Over. Then we have Jogging Diamond with Hidden Brook Money, and the distant trailer got the Money Honey. As they continue to 3/4, Rude Dude L. He's now kicked away by 2.5 lengths. In their 2nd, Nickerschnoodle. In their 3rd is still Red All Over, 3/4 and 1/30. As they'll trot the turn, they'll head for home, Rude Dude L. In there still in 2nd as they come to the top of the stretch is Nickerschnoodle. So the Rude Dude, he leads the way. Nickerschnoodle is there in 2nd. Rude Dude L to win. Nickerschnoodle finishing 2nd. Close. Very tight for 3rd. 159.
4-bagger for Hank Levan as he comes home the winner with Rude Dude L. After that, in second, we had Nickerschnoodle. And then at the line, it was Red All Over, along with, I believe it was Jogging Diamond was third at the line.
Yeah, I couldn't separate those two.
It was two, so we'll have to see who they were here in the middle. But big win for Rude Dude L.
Sorry? It was chilly up here, yeah.
So heading to the winner's circle will be Rude Dude L.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're going to get a, looks like Rude Dude Ed. After the break? Okay. Frank is going to run down and try and catch a interview after this. Rude Dude L, this is his 8th lifetime win. Pushes his earnings close to $50,000. Rude Dude L had a very good 2-year-old season also. It had 14 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, and 2 thirds. Made $36,000 plus last year.
On store, commercial sound winner circle, winner of the 11th race. It is the 3, Rude Dude L. 3-year-old bay-gutted son of Long Tom. Lips of an Angel. Oz by Man of Many Missions, Oh My Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, E. Perry, M. Levan, Hank Levan Trains, Hank Levan Reigns, time of the mile 1:59. This one sponsored by Ohio Foam. And Rude Dude L, the winner. Got the Money Honey 7th, Red All Over 4th, Jogging Diamond 3rd, Eye Catching was 5th. 621, 743, on the bottom. 30 and 1/5, 1 minute, 1:30, 1:59, time of the mile.
Okay, so 11 races in the books. 12th coming up is another division of the Buckeye Stallion Series 2-year-old filly trot. And when we come back from our break, Frank Frost is going to have a special guest down on the apron.
Feel the thunder, experience the speed, witness the excitement of Ohio harness racing. Ohio is home to 4 pari-mutuel tracks with exciting action at Northfield Park, Scioto Downs, Miami Valley Gaming and Racing, and Dayton Raceway. Plus racing at 66 county and independent fairs statewide. From legendary events like the Little Brown Jug to the Dayton Racing Derby, Battle of Lake Erie, and Next Generation Stakes, Ohio is where champions race. The speed, the tradition, the excitement. Don't just watch it, be a part of it. Race Ohio, it's your best bet. Do you love horses and the outdoors? There are hundreds of immediate openings across Ohio for caretakers and grooms. Work with these beautiful animals every day. Health insurance, vision care, prescription benefits, and a retirement plan are available to those that qualify. Help care for these beautiful animals. Immediate openings across Ohio. For more information, visit ohiohorsejobs.com. That's ohiohorsejobs.com.
Down here with Joe Darmafall. Joe is one of the co-owners of Rude Dude L. Kind of nice to always get a win, isn't it?
Yes, we've been real fortunate this year, Frank, and Levans have a lot of good horses, and we're proud to be owners with them on 9 of them actually this year.
Joe, you do so much at the county fair level, you know, sponsoring a lot of things. You know, tomorrow night you've got the Springhaven Ladies Pace you're sponsoring. Why do you do so much for these county fairs?
Well, a couple of reasons. One, we just really enjoy it, but more importantly, I mean, it's one of the last remaining examples of American tradition, the county fairs. and we sure would like to see it to continue on for generations to come. So we just view it as doing our fair share towards supporting the fairs and harness racing in general.
How did you get started in the business?
We had a friend many years ago that owned county fair horses, and we went to a few of his races. Then we kind of backed off, but in 2017, I think it was, we decided we'd look into it. So we spent 2 years going to probably 50 to 60 races per year to learn the business, and we got involved with just 3% of one horse, and now we're up to 45% of 9. But we were fortunate to be kind of one of the first outside non-family members to be invited into the Levan stables, and we consider ourselves to be very fortunate in that regard. So we're just going to keep going, as I always tell people, until we drop.
You've had a lot of horses. Which is the favorite?
It's really hard to say. We've been so lucky, but I would say 2 that I can think of was Trooper L, who had some real great come-from-behind wins in 23 and 24, and Paradise Rock L, and then Fantastic L. They were probably 3 of our 5 or 6 most favorites.
Well, congratulations on the win today. Thanks for everything you do, and I'm sure we'll see you at a fair shortly.
Okay, thanks, Frank.
Back up to you.
Okay, Frank and Joe Darnfall, and Joe and his wife Fran, they do a tremendous amount of promotions and so forth for the fairs. They're just really good people and haven't been in the business that long, but really have jumped in with both feet. Joined here by Scott Mogan, president of Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Beautiful night here at Bucyrus.
Oh man, you couldn't ask for better weather than this. It's very rarely in late July you get this kind of weather. It's usually 90 degrees, but yeah, it's a beautiful night. Track's in really good shape. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they've done a very good job here with having the Buckeye Stallion Series. It's not often at a fair where you see $20,000 purses.
No, and like I said, they do a great job up here. David Stass and his crew, you know, they've got they're sitting there waiting on you when you pull in with your horses to take you right to your assigned stalls and everything. So it works out really great up here. They do a great job.
Yeah, and it's as you said, the track from here looks like in really good shape, and you said it is.
The track is in really good shape, yeah, as long as you don't have a horse that's scared of 2 large tractors and a large water truck.
Is it the biggest water truck ever, isn't it?
It is. And tractors are pretty good size themselves,
yeah.
too, but luckily it looks like everybody's getting along fine.
Yeah, it just seems like, I mean, we've lost a few people, but we had a huge crowd up here. And I just took a walk about back, and there's a lot of people here at this fair. So, and Frank was looking it up. It's a very long fair. It goes like for 11 days.
Really, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't realize that. But yeah, I walked out back to get a sandwich, and a really nice crowd walking around back. But like I said, it's a beautiful night to be at the fair.
Absolutely. So these. Have you been surprised at the Philly Trotters? I mean, they've been going some really good miles.
Yeah, the first couple divisions I know, 2-1, you know, that's pretty good miles up here on the half. But this has always been a fast track up here. It's always been a really fast track. You know, unfortunately, I caught a good division. It only went, but my filly didn't behave tonight. So, but yeah, a couple of these things have rattled right along over this track.
Yeah, absolutely. We noticed when we were walking in back of the grandstand that there looked like there were the old teller windows with the cages and everything. Did this used to be a good place to race where they had a lot of days?
Yeah, they used to race like back, I think, in the 80s or 90s, the 4 days of racing and really good racing. And I mean, I remember back then, you know, two and 3 year-old pacing colts. We were going in 58 back then, 59 over this track.
Wow. Okay, let's get the post parade from Ayers for race number 12.
Lindsay Muscle, driver change Russell Swartz. 2 Wishing Hall of China, Sam Widger. 3 She's in My Range, Ronnie Gillespie. 4 Better Be Hoppin', make the driver Emmanuel Miller. 5 Roxy K, driver change, Kane Kaufman. 6 Vol Sheena, driver change, Leroy Eicher. 7 Authenticity, driver change, Hank Levan. And the 8 Seven Lick Holiday, driver change, Chris Lems. And the sulky, a full.
We were talking earlier about so many exciting things coming up in the fall. The fall here in Ohio is just going to be such a great time.
I tell you, it's I'm excited. You know, being from Central Ohio and everything. We have the 50th reunion of the 50th year of the Ohio Sire Stakes, and the championship night is at Scioto Downs in September. And anybody out there listening, if you've never had the fortune enough to go to a Breeders' Crown, you need to be at Scioto Downs on the 23rd and 24th of October. And it's amazing to get to see the top horses in North America. The best drivers are all here. It's quite an experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that there are still some tickets available for some of the venues, but what I was happy to hear was that grandstand admission is still going to be free that night.
Right, grandstand admission is free admission, the apron. There's also on the north side of the grandstand, there's quite a few tables, like picnic tables. They're metal with seating and everything. That's all free. They do have at that end also, they'll have a large tent, which is a beer tent. I think it's $45, and you get a $10 or $15 voucher with that, and plus your program. So, they're going to have live entertainment in there. No food, but there'll be food trucks right out behind it. Jason they've done a great job to plan for this. I talked to John Campbell last week. He thinks everything's right on schedule. He's excited. It was John's idea to bring it to Ohio, and a really exciting time.
Yeah, I think there's going to be lots of different opportunities to, like you said, to see the best horses that are in the country now. But also, it's kind of exciting is they're bringing back some horses. They're going to have a Millionaires Row, and going to be. I think Jason said that between the 4 to 5 horses that are going to be there, they have made over $20 million.
Yeah, they're going to have a Millionaires Row behind the grandstand, and kids can come see the horses, and not just kids, everybody. And that's exciting about the horses they're bringing back, and they've got a lot of events planned. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah. So as Scott said, you want to see some of the best. Of course, we have some of the best drivers in the country right here in Ohio, but you're going to see. You're going to see a lot of them that you don't normally see, drivers that are at the Meadowlands or so forth. So great time in Ohio in October.
Right. And you get the Dexter Dunns and the McCarthy brothers and those type of drivers all in here, along with, of course we have David Miller back here now. And some of the local guys will get some mounts too also.
Yeah, it'll be fun. So let's turn it over to Ayers for the call of the 12th.
And trotting Valence Muscle, trying to use that rail to her advantage. Wishing Hall of China moving up on the outside as they move around the turn. Better Be Hoppin' is there in third. Off stride, 7 Lick Holiday as they will move into the backstretch. In there to be fourth, She's in My Range. Trying to settle in now is Volshina. They continue on to the opening quarter. Then we have Roxy K. That one's followed by 7 Lick Holiday, and the trailer is Authenticity. They went by the opening fraction. Wishing Hall of China 30 and 1/5. They're in second, Valence Muscle. Further back into third is Better Be Hoppin'. As they come down here in front of the stands, She's in My Range is their fourth. Over their fifth, it's Volshina. Losing stride, Roxy K. Then it is 7 Lick Holiday and Authenticity. Moving down here to the half, and Widger leads the way with Wishing Hall of China. They're in second, Valence Muscle. Better Be Hoppin' is their third. Halfway home in 59 and 1. Over their fourth is She's in My Range. Fifth is Volshina. Looking to the outside, 7 Lick Holiday. Into the backstretch and on their way to 3/4, Wishing Hall of China. Off stride, Valence Muscle. Valence Muscle is on a break. So now up into second is Better Be Hoppin'. In third, She's in My Range as they continue to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. And the leader, Wishing Hall of China, 1:30 and 4. They're in second, Better Be Hoppin' to the outside. She's in My Range as they come to the top of the stretch. And it is Wishing Hall of China, the hometown girl. She leads the way now by 3, trying to battle it out for second, and coming on, She's in My Range. Wishing Hall of China will win. She's in My Range second. Better Be Hoppin' is third. 201 and 2.
Another good mile for these baby trotters, 2, 1, and 2. Wishin Hall of China. Talking about the Breeders' Crown and the 50th anniversary. We've also got in week, not this weekend, but the next one, State Fair races held at Scioto Downs.
Yeah, we got 3 nights of State Fair racing, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. See the top highest sired horses will all be there for that weekend. Yeah, there's a lot of exciting times at Scioto Downs this summer, fall.
And for those of you who may not realize it, that the State Fair races are the first jewel of the Triple Crown. So that's always exciting to see who's got a chance to go ahead and do that. Harder than you think to win a Triple Crown, isn't it?
It is very hard. There's just so many good horses anymore, and for a horse to be able to be, they have to stay sharp and sound and everything throughout the, the 4-month period to have that chance. We get the Sire Stakes final in September, and then a couple weeks later, I guess it would be to we go to Delaware, and that's the third. It's the third as long as the Sire Stakes Championship lands ahead of it. That has changed a little bit here in the last couple of years.
Over here to the
Dayton's come on board, so it's to have a Triple Crown winner. It's pretty special. Yeah.
A 2-year-old Bay Filly by Enterprise at a China Sioux by What the Hill. On my Randy Rank, Roger Huard. Randy Rank trains Sam Widger, the winning driver, time of the mile 2:01 and 2. Yeah. This one sponsored by Shelby Eagles 763. What's our split?
Big crowd in the winner's circle. We've had that all night long down there. A lot of people here. The crowd is stuck around still, which is great.
Susan and I were talking about you can't ask for a more beautiful night.
Oh, no.
To sit up there and watch the races.
Especially after all the heat we had the last couple of weeks. Oh, my geez.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't know 60-some in the morning could feel as cold as it did this morning. But I'm not complaining. That's my kind of weather. The 90s is not.
In my range second. Better Be Hoppin' third, Roxy K seventh, Volshina fourth, Authenticity fifth, Seven Lake Holiday sixth. 8-1-2, 3-7-4, 5-6, 30 and 1/5, 59 and 1, 130 and 4, 201 and 2. Upcoming third.
I believe the State Fair runs the 30th, 31st, and 1st. But if you come on the 1st, you get to see the big, giant State Fair trophy that I think Scott had something to do with that, too. Scott and Frank decided that they were going to purchase that last year, and it's the biggest, most beautiful trophy I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it was Tom Charters that called me on
Yeah.
that? Yeah, Tom Charters had a friend call him, and he saw it on eBay. And he said, you guys need to split it. And he sent me pictures of it, and I talked to Frank, and so we purchased it off eBay, and it's from what year?
39, I think it is.
1939 State Fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's the amazing thing is how big it was that they presented that back then, you know. And it's beautiful. I mean, you can tell it's been dropped a few times and a few little dings, but that's what gives it character after all these years. It's that. So yeah.
And didn't it have quite a journey to get here?
Yeah, it really did. We finally got it. I had a friend of mine over in Pennsylvania go pick it up. He then took it to the Meadows, met Roger Houston, gave it to Roger. Roger then drove it back over here to us, and then we polished it up and take it out to events like that.
Having the Pony Express bring it to
exactly.
us. You know, it's kind of funny. I don't race at a whole lot of fairs anymore, and then there's some people that love racing the fairs. I did when I was younger, my younger days. But to watch the Levan family, Levan and Hank Levan and his crew, and Rosie Weaver and her crew, and they've got their two rigs. Both have two rigs parked side by side. They've got their horses tied to them. They don't even put them in stalls. They work out of their trailers, and that's a system they've got, and it works great for them. It's great to see.
Yeah, I tell you, they come up, they set up their own little compounds. I was there tonight when Rosie pulled in. First thing she did was took the clipboard, threw it up there of what horse, what race, what time it was warming up and all that, and then started pulling the horses out and getting them ready. So, but
they say it's easier to get all the equipment when it's right there. You don't have to move it over into the barn area and then move it back. They just do everything right there. And they're the first ones out on the track.
So next up will be the final division of the 2-year-old filly trotters when we come back.
Don't miss the North American Standardbred Mixed Sale in Mount Hope, Ohio, December 18th. Only 2 sales in and already gaining attention across North America. This exciting young sale specializes in high-quality racehorses, broodmare prospects, and stallion shares with industry-leading pedigrees. One of our exciting graduates is world record holder Allegiant, headlining a growing list of successful sale graduates. Last year's sale topper was Refined at $260,000, followed by Stardust Volo at $250,000. Visit the North American Standardbred Mixsale.com and join us December 18th in Mount Hope, Ohio.
Own a little and love it a lot. The Stable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. The Stable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
Welcome back to the Crawford County Fair in Bucyrus, Ohio. Frank Fraz, Susan Schroeder, and joined by the president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, Scott Mogan. Had one in today, got extra duty warming some up. And Scott, you had mentioned, the tractors out here and that big water truck, and for these 2-year-old fillies, that's a lot for them to see out there.
It was amazing. My filly doesn't, she's not real fond of tractors. And I was kind of worried, but she'd never been away from the farm. She was more worried about everything else going on. From by the tractors like she'd been by them her whole life. But I warmed up 4 2-year-old trotting fillies, and they all were really good. The Heather Francis filly that warmed up, Miles Woolham's filly pulled up to a stop right in front of me as I was coming around the turn, pretty good clip. I thought, but luckily we missed each other. So, but it get a little dangerous around the fairs. That's why you got to kind of be careful. And I always just, when I warm up, I always go out and go the right way. Well, you only pass the tractor so many times that twice, coming at you.
That's true. Yes.
Every round,
And you got probably the biggest water truck in the history of Ohio.
Big fertilizer truck that they use in the fields to fertilize with. It is huge. But they all.
A couple more changes, sounds like. Looks like Kane Kaufman's going to drive Wrangle, the number 6. We already have Sam Widger driving the number 4, Always Be Ready.
I would guess we're going to get somebody else. I haven't seen Pierce Henry here at all.
Haven't seen Luke Ebersol as well.
So Pierce was on the back stretch, but not in his colors.
Oh.
When I saw him.
So he may end up hopping in there to drive. Yeah, they said Robert Brooks was, when we were in there right before the start, he hadn't gotten here yet. They were waiting for him to get here. So Pierce is out there.
That's Pierce right there.
Okay.
Yep, he's here.
So Pierce is out there. The other one we're just waiting on will be to see who's going to drive the 8, since I have not seen Luke Ebersol here, and he was supposed to drive
Luke's not here.
The 1.
He was supposed to drive the one that Russell
Schwartz picked up a catch drive.
Yeah, after he said he was done, right?
Yep.
This is a nice wide track, too, isn't it?
Yep.
They score 8 wide here. It's one of the few county fair tracks that score 8 wide. So, yeah.
Glad you made it back. I wasn't sure what buttons I was going to push anymore.
You haven't been behind the camera for a while, have you?
No.
Here are the horses for the 13th race. 1, I Want What I Want, Chris Lems. 2, Done Cashed It, Pierce Henry. 3 is Queen's Mira and Laverne Hostetler. 4, Always Be Ready, driver change Sam Widger. 5, Roland Range and Ronnie Gillespie. 6, Wrangle, driver change Kane Kaufman. 7, Hills of Glory, Emmanuel Miller. And the 8 Volair and driver change Hank Levan. In the sulky Buckeye Stallion Series, purse $20,000.
In series race of the night, the 7th of 7 divisions. The number 1 is I Want What I Want. Darren Harvey is the trainer. Chris Lems has the drive. This is a ready for money out of the Muscle Hill mare I Want My $2. Owned by Wayne Mast Jr., Callum Racing, Darren Harvey, and A. Miller. One start this year, that was in the Buckeye Stallion Series. First leg finish 7th, $10,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Dunn cashed it, and Pierce Henry from the 2-hole for trainer Robert Brooks. Robert owns his horse along with David and Patricia Jury. This is an On Top of the Hill out of a Sebastian K.S. mare, Josephine K. As a $3,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, coming off of a 2-win streak. Oak Harbor in 2-4, and start before that, Bell Fountain in 7-3.
The number 3 is Queen Myra. Laverne Hostetler drives, trains, co-owns with Judith May. A couple of starts this year, one in the Buckeye Stallion Series. The other was at Circleville.
Always be ready. Sam Widger gets the drive for Virgil Morgan Jr. and Joyce McClellan. A ready for money. It's a Lexington selected sale for $77,000. Has had just one start.
The number 5 is Roland Range. Ronnie Gillespie drives for Deborah Schwartz. This is an in-range out of Sammy's Rolling Stone. Owned by Rowe, Friedman, Carsey, and Adams. Couple of starts this year. Has a 3rd place finish. That came last time out in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
King Coffin picks up the drive for the 6. Rangel. Edward Miller trains. Alan Miller owns. This is an in-range filly out of a Cantab Hall mare, Missing an Angel. A $37,000 purchase at the Ohio Selected sale, coming off of a 2nd place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Series, just back by a length and a half, individually timed in 58-2.
The number 7 is Hills of Glory. Herman Hagerman trains. Emmanuel Miller gets the drive. 4 starts this year. Has hit the board 3 times with a 2nd and 2/3. Was 3rd last time out at Oak Harbor. Also has a 3rd at Bell Fountain and a 2nd at Marion.
Volair Ann from the 8-hole. I think Hank Levan got the drive for Cassandra LeCourt. An M3 Racing Stable. A Volstead out of a Bold Eagle mare. This was a Buckeye Classic purchase for $5,500. Did start last week in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Finished 4th. Trotted in 59 flat.
Seen a lot of breaks out of these 2-year-old fillies all evening tonight, and every one of these horses has a break somewhere in the lines that we see. So would expect it to probably continue, but hopefully it won't.
Yeah. Vern Hostetler, a name from the past. He was a staple in Chicago for many, many years. Kind of nice to see him still driving.
74 years old. Let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff.
They're off and trotting and along the inside. I Want What I Want wants the lead, but rushing up now, Hills of Glory, and Hills of Glory takes on over Losing Stride Queen Mira, Losing Stride Wrangle. Moving on into the backstretch, now Losing Stride Volair, and also on a break, Always Be Ready. Moving on up the backstretch, now on a break, I Want What I Want. So they go on to the opening quarter. Ian out there with the lead. Dunn Cashed It. Dunn Cashed It is there in 30 1/5. They're in 2nd, Hills of Glory. Trotting in 3rd, Roland Range. Then we have Queen Mira 4th. Still on a break, I Want What I Want. Wrangle is taking the 5th spot. Then we have Volair and Always Be Ready. Moving down here to the halfway mile mark of the race. And out there with the lead, Dunn Cashed It. Was a winner at Bell Fountain, a winner at Oak Harbor. Gonna try to make it 3 in a row. We're leading them here by the half in 102. They're in second, Hills of Glory. Now moving up on the outside, Queen Mira. Laverne Hostetler has this little filly in gear as they head on into the back stretch. Dunn cashed it with the lead. In their second, Hills of Glory. On the outside, Queen Mira is still making progress. In their fourth is Rollin' Range with I Want What I Want. They go by 3/4. Dunn cashed it. Reports over there in top by a neck in 134-1. On the outside, Queen Mira looking her in the eye, and the Queen is taking over. Now moving out there 3 wide. Here comes Rollin' Range. Top of the stretch and a drive for the wire. Queen Mira between them. Dunn catch it at the rail. Outside then is Rollin' Range. Far outside, Hills of Glory. Rollin' Range will come on to win. Queen Mira their second. Photo for show. 204-1.
Another great race.
What a trip Laverne Hostetler's filly just went there after leaving, and I mean, it was 20 lengths off the first three horses at the quarter pole and come back to take the lead and get beat right at the wire. You talked about Laverne in the Chicago circuit. I raced against Laverne in 1982, first time I met him at Maywood Park when the first year I went to Chicago, and he could drive a horse. Laverne.
Yes, absolutely.
Showed it right there at age 74. It hasn't left him.
No. I know he's been in Indiana for a while. Of course, left Chicago when things kind of went downhill in Chicago. I have my Maywood Park shirt. I have my Maywood Park sweatshirt
There you go.
on. Rollin' Range coming up.
That's
that
3-0.
just beat Queen Mira.
Rollin' Range picks up first win of the year for Deborah Schwartz. $22,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
We talked before about the qualifiers and just getting better and better in the qualifiers. And this Rollin' Range had her first start at Paulding. Finished fourth, was back 25 lengths. Trotted in 2:12, and now 3 starts later in the Buckeye Stallion Series, she trotted in 2 minutes and 2/5.
So now a first and a third in the points for Rollin' Range. In range out of Sammy's Rolling Stone.
Winner circle after winning the 13th race 5, Rollin' Range. Rollin' Range is a 2-year-old bay filly by In Range. At a Sammy's Rolling Stone by Wishing Stone, owned by M. Rowe. A. Friedland. B. Carsey. T. Adams. Deborah Schwartz trains. Ronnie Gillespie, the winning driver. Time of the mile 2:04-1. This race sponsored by the Crawford County Fair.
Took her knee boots off before she walked into the winner's circle. I kind of wondered, maybe spun them a little bit, or.
I'm not sure. I noticed that myself, that they were taking them off, but didn't slow her down any. If she did.
Always Be Ready finished 8th. Rollin' Range the winner. Wrangle 5th. Hills of Glory 3rd. Valere Ann 7th. 6-4-2, 8-1-5, 3-7, 30-1 5th, 101-2, 134-1, 204-1.
That takes us to our
penultimate
race of the day. So the 14th.
I'm going to slip out here before you guys give that race. I'm going to venture over to Pennsylvania for the Adios Saturday.
Well, that'll be fun.
My annual trip. Planning on not racing anything of my own this weekend. I had everything scheduled, and the Canadian smoke kind of changed plans. When we had 7 in Friday night, and we got canceled. So.
Oh gosh.
So I'm going to have to. Told Zach he's going to have to.
I was going to say you've got a son. He works for you. You know,
well,
a little
really,
bit. A little bit.
He,
I mean,
he's got his table of his own, but I cover him on when he's on golf trips enough. So
exactly. You know, take care of Dad for a change.
So I'm going to That was my pick. Everybody's asking me what after watching the elimination. I said my pick's Malilo, but I just looked and he drew the 9 hole, so that might change my picks.
He has such bad luck drawing. He really does.
I mean, if you don't know if you watch the elimination, but he got caught in the 2 hole last week, and his stable mate got away from him, and he was absolutely flying on the end of it. But Ronnie Wren's got a big choice to make. He's down on both him and Lou Deepa, his filly. So I was hoping Ronnie would take Malilo, but he may not now that he's got Dexter as a backup. So whichever one Ronnie does take, Dexter's going to have. So yeah.
But you get the filly in that race too, and you win it with the filly. You know, I mean that's.
Yeah, but she was 4th in her elimination, so she hadn't been back a second all year. But I'm not saying she can't do it. She's a hell of a filly, but. So, yeah, it looks like the weather's going to be great over there Saturday for that, and looking forward to getting away for the weekend and going to watch them.
What time's post time for that?
11:30, but post time for is 4:30.
4:30 for the audience.
They're actually covering it on CBS.
Yeah, CBS Sports has it this time, instead of Fox, which usually covers it. So.
Yeah, so. All right, guys, I'll let you finish out the night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Safe drive home tonight, and safe drive back and forth from the Adios.
Like I said, anybody out there listening, you want to be at the Breeders' Crown in October. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss it.
We'll see you later, Scott. So take a break. We'll take a break now, and we'll be back with our final 2.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Use code FAIR26 and receive $10 off your next order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Welcome back. 14th race on tap. The 3-year-old Colt Trot. For 6 will go to the Gator. We're supposed to, but only 5 as we had a scratch of Smoking Anson. So
I'm not sure what time it is, but we've been moving right along.
I just checked the watch. It's 8:30.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so, you know.
Well, it was good they moved it up an hour to 5 o'clock post time.
I even saw talking when Scott jumped on here, and after I did the interview with Joe, saw Jim Ashby, who does the photo finish, and I said, "You may not need your lights at this range."
Yeah.
He goes, "Yeah, I know."
Yeah.
Could have used them down at Lebanon though yesterday or whatever day that was, Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. The days all run together. That they do. Horses getting ready to come onto the track, and with no warm-ups, you know.
Yep,
Go a little bit quicker once you get everybody who's got, as long as they didn't have won the last race and they've got it ready to go. But Hank Levan with 4, Sam Widger, Kane Kaufman with 2 wins each on the driving side, and Hank Levan the only trainer to get more than one, and that is the 4 of those he got.
I get. Scott was talking quite a bit about the Breeders' Crown, and he just very casually says, "Oh yeah, I talked to John Campbell the other day." I'm going, "It's John Campbell." You can't say that so nonchalantly.
I thought, and John Campbell is one of the nicest men you will ever meet, and I've gotten the chance with the Breeders' Crown coming to talk to him a lot more and get to know him a little bit more. But it was funny at our banquet. We were sitting at the one table talking, and John sat down, and Matt and I were talking about John Campbell, and I pointed to Matt and I said, "Next to you, John Campbell sitting next to Matt." Matt was like, "Oh wow!"
I know.
Yeah, that was a once in a lifetime thing, I think.
Not really. If you
well,
want,
I know.
If you want now,
yeah.
Now.
But John's very appreciative of everything Scioto Downs is doing for the Breeders' Crown, and really enjoys Ohio racing. And I was telling somebody, he's the GOAT. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. He is the GOAT. But yeah, it just does so much for harness racing. So getting ready for this, the
penultimate.
The penultimate race.
Roger Houston's in this race, and Roger Houston's the one I first heard the penultimate about.
Yeah, Roger, part owner of Eckert Hill Brady. Hoping to get a nice start out of Eckert Hill Brady. Has not raced well the last 2 times. Let's head it up for the post parade.
Here are the horses on the track for the 14th race. Sponsored by J&F Construction per $7,210. 1, Eckert Hill Brady, make the driver Emmanuel Miller and Hadley 6. 2, TC's Naughty Boy, Jay Weller. 3, Golden Enterprise, Cody Greeno. 4 is out. 5, Where There's Smoke, Sam Widger. And 6, The Taxman, driver change, Ronnie Gillespie. And the Sulky.
Take a look at these 5 to go to the gate. The number 1 is Eckert Hill Brady. Rosie Weaver trains. Sam Widger was named on the 1 and the 5, but he'll drive the 5, so Manny Miller gets the call here. This is an in-range out of the Muscle Mass mare Carry the Torch. Rosie Weaver, Roger Houston, and Barbara Wilson, the owners of Eckert Hill Brady. 9 starts this year, a couple of wins, 3 seconds, has earned $25,000. Lifetime, 25 starts, 11 wins, 6 seconds, 2/3, closing in on $100,000. Last time out, finished 7th, was a winner 5 back at Paulding.
TC's Naughty Boy and Jay Weller from the 2-hole. Jay is also the trainer and co-owns with Louise Weller and Ashley Brainerd. It's a Triumphant Caviar colt out of a Dewey Cheatham and Howe mare, the Naughty Nanny. Just an $11,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale. Has not had a win yet this year. Last started out at Bell Fountain, a really nice 4th in 2, 4, and 1.
The 3 is Golden Enterprise. Cody Greeno will drive for trainer Ed Greeno Jr., E.G. Trot, the owners. Enterprise is the stud. Up Cantab Hall, the mare up front. Bye-bye, a maiden looking for its first win in 19 lifetime starts. Has hit the board in the last 2, was 3rd place, 2nd, and 3rd the race before that at Ottawa.
4 is a scratch. The 5, Sam Widger drives Where's There's Smoke. Rosie Weaver trains. Heartland Acres, Rosie and Elroy Rose Farms, the owners. A Guardian Angel Az out of a Donna Rail mare. Has had 11 starts this year, 1 win. That was a fast one, 54-3 at Scioto.
The number 6 is the Taxman. Ronnie Gillespie drives for Carl Easterday Jr. This is a Marseille out of the His Highness mare Emotional Blast. Chris Easterday is the owner. A maiden lifetime 7 starts, still has not hit the board, and hopefully Ronnie Gillespie can get the Taxman on the board. Let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the 14th.
For the 14th race. Here they come. They're off into trotting Where There's Smoke. Looks for the lead. Eckert Hill Brady is there on the inside as they move around the turn. Golden Enterprise is there in 3rd. TC's Naughty Boy is an early 4th. And the trailer is the Taxman as they move on into the backstretch, and the Weaver horses are going at it early on. On the inside, Eckert Hill Brady. On the outside, Where There's Smoke, and Where There's Smoke wins the early tussle. Eckert Hill Brady is there in 2nd. Over there in 3rd is Golden Enterprise. 4th is TC's Naughty Boy, 30 2/5. The trailer, the Taxman. That's the 5 as they continue around the turn. Where There's Smoke leads the way. Eckert Hill Brady is there in 2nd. Golden Enterprise is 3rd. Still in 4th, TC's Naughty Boy. and the trailer, the Tex-Man, as they travel here to the half. And Where There's Smoke is on top by 2. Eckerd Hill Brady is there in second. Golden Enterprise still third. Halfway home in a minute. Around the turn, they'll head on into the backstretch. Where There's Smoke leads the way. Eckerd Hill Brady is still there second. Golden Enterprise third. Over there fourth, TC's a Naughty Boy. With the Tex-Man, they're up the turn, they're up the backstretch on their way to 3/4. Where There's Smoke is bouncing along nicely by 2. Eckerd Hill Brady is there second. Now to the outside, TC's Naughty Boy, 3/4, 1:30-1. They'll trot the turn, they'll head for home, and with the lead, Where There's Smoke still 2.5 to the good. Eckerd Hill Brady in second. TC's Naughty Boy third, with Golden Enterprise. Through the stretch they come, and it's Where There's Smoke leading here. Where There's Smoke will win. Eckerd Hill Brady finishing second. TC's Naughty Boy is third. 1:59, 2/5.
Stablemates go 1-2 in this, the 14th race. The winner, Where There's Smoke. Sam Widger in the bike, followed by Eckerd Hill Brady, and TC's Naughty Boy was third. Better outing for Eckerd Hill Brady, so
Yes.
Mr. Houston will be happy with that. But it was Where's the Smoke and Sam Widger going to the lead, and never really challenged. Eckerd Hill Brady was several lengths back, and TC's Naughty Boy made a run at the end trying to catch Eckerd Hill Brady, but Manny Miller knew exactly how far he had to go to the finish line, just kind of looked over his shoulder and knew he had it.
Eckerd Hill Brady is sitting 5th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points for his division.
Yeah, Where's There's Smoke takes another lap, and I don't know, it looks like he's like, hey, let's go.
Yeah.
Why do these races all have to be a mile? Let's go a mile and a half. So now Sam pulling up Where There's Smoke.
He's really a cool-looking horse.
He is.
We saw him on Freshman Focus. You don't see a lot of roan trotting colts anymore, I guess, but he's really a good-looking horse.
He really doesn't look roan, though.
14th race, the
wet,
5,
probably.
Where There's Smoke. A 3-year-old roan-gelded son of Guardian Angel Oz out of Maple Grove, Smoky by Donerail. On by Heartland Acres, Rosie Weaver. Ellery Rose Farm, Rosie Weaver trains Sam Widger, the winning driver, 1:59-2. This one sponsored by J&F Construction. Brady was second. TC's Naughty Boy third. Golden Enterprise fifth. Smoking Ensign scratched. Where There's Smoke, the winner, the Tex-Man fourth. 2:35, scratch 1-4, 30 2/5, 1 minute, 1:30 1/5, 1:59-2. Upcoming 15th race.
Weaver double paid a whopping $4 and $3.80 the 5-1. So, or was it $4.80? But now so Rosie Weaver picks a second. She picks up her second win. Sam Widger now with 3 as we head to the last race on the card. As we get set for the 15th, 6 scratched down to 3 when we come back right after this.
Hickory Lane Farm is proud to have bred or produced 3 Dan Patch champions over the last 3 years. Located in Findlay, Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm bred and sold world champion It's Academic. We also co-bred and sold sophomore Breeders' Crown winner Yo Tilly. Our stallion in range set new sales records at the 2025 Jug Sale and is the sire of Set Your Sights High, who was last season's Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting filly. Find your next champion at the Hickory Lane Farm. Consignment.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
The Ohio Harness Racing Passport is back. Sponsored by Webkenberg Starting Gates, the Passport takes you across Ohio's county fair circuit and now includes marquee events like Ohio Super Night. It's free and open to fans of all ages. Get your passport from the OHHA broadcast team and collect your stamps. Earn prizes all season long with more ways to win. Compete for the grand prize. Experience Ohio through harness racing.
Back at the Crawford County Fair for the final race of the evening, and I'll tell you, you gotta salute the fans here in Bucyrus. Yes. They are still out here. They have been here all night. A beautiful September night in the middle of July. Mick just commented on how he goes, I can't believe we're sitting out here in sweatshirts and hoodies, but it really is. I mean, it's a little chilly, but I mean, I'll take this all the time.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is really nice.
It's perfect.
Hopefully, I told Matt, I said, hopefully the temperature stays like this tomorrow night. I may have to start a fire in the fire pit, outside.
Yeah.
Enjoy a little time out there.
It's that feeling.
Yeah,
it is.
It really is.
And don't forget, everybody, on August 1st, we want to see you at Scioto Downs for the Backstretch Buddies youth membership drive, kind of. Lots of fun things to do. And on August 8th, the next Saturday, on Hamiltonian Day, we'll be up at Northfield Park with the celebration tour of the Ohio Sire Stakes 50th anniversary.
Here are the horses for the 15th race, tonight's 15th and final. Sponsored by Bucyrus Road Materials. Purse $5,169. One is out. 2 in transit. Make the driver Bryce Brocklehurst. 3, Uncle Chip, Charlie Myrick. 4 is out. 5, Hill of Love, Michael Miller. In the sulky. That's the...
So here is the 3 in the race. The number 1 is Scratch. The number 2 is In Transit. Bryce Brocklehurst will drive for Miles Woolham. This is an in-range out of Miss Dangles. Cool Cat Racing and Miles Woolham are the co-owners. One start that came back at Northfield, and a non-winners of 1 for 2-year-olds. Finishing well back was In Transit.
Uncle Chip and Charlie Myrick from the 3-hole. Charlie's also the trainer for Richard Mayers. This is an Uncle Peter out of a Chip Chip Hooray mare, Chipped in Strawberry. 3 starts on the year. Last start was at Cortland, finished 3rd, just back by 4. And Northfield start before that, where this colt trotted in 2-1 and 2.
Scratch the number 4. The number 5 is Hill of Love. Michael Miller drives for Brian Miller. This What the Hill colt is out of the credit winner mare I Love Lindy. Robert Klein of Millersburg is the owner. This is making its first career start. All 3 of the horses, or all 5 when we had the field originally, non-winners. One of them will walk away a winner tonight. Susan, you talked about the Ohio State Fair. It's a 3 days, Thursday, July 30th, Friday, July 31st, and Saturday, August 1st. We've got on Friday, the State Fair Manager's Pace, the Pride of Ohio Trot, Ohio's First Ladies Pace. And then on Saturday, we got the Buckeye State Pace, the Director of Agriculture Pace, and the Governor's Cup Trot. So we also have the Robert Schmitz Pace, and the Jim Beakey Trot. So a couple of very big names in Ohio harness racing. Bob Schmitz, former
racing
executive director of the race commission. I think he was executive director or commissioner.
He was commissioner.
Commissioner, yeah. And then Representative Jim Beakey, who did so much for everything and such a big part of Greenville as well. So look forward to seeing everybody out there. Let's send it up to Ayers Ratliff for the call of this, the final race of the night from the Crawford County Fairgrounds.
They're off and trotting. Uncle Chip goes out looking for the lead. Off stride, Hill of Love. Hill of Love has just made a break as they move around the turn. Uncle Chip on top. They're in second in transit. And Hill of Love is back in third. They move around the turn and head on into the backstretch. Out there with the lead, Uncle Chip. They're in second in transit, Hill of Love. We'll try to catch them from third as they continue on to the opening quarter. Uncle Chip looks to be setting a very pedestrian clip here. He leads them out there by a length and a half. In their second is in transit, Hill of Love is their third. Opening quarter, 35-1. Around the turn they go, and out there with the lead, Uncle Chip on top. They're in second, is in transit. Hill of Love has caught the top two and third as they swing around the turn and move down here to the half. Uncle Chip leads the way. In transit, they're in second. Hill of Love is their third as they travel down here to the half. The line of three, they're all chasing Uncle Chip. Oh, Charlie Myrick trying to lull them to sleep here in their second in transit. They went by the half in 1:10-4. The track record looks safe as they move into the backstretch. Uncle Chip leads the way. In transit, they're in second. Hill of Love still third as they're into the backstretch. They're on their way to three quarters. Uncle Chip leads them out there by 2. In their second is still in transit. Hill of Love in third as they continue on to the 3/4 mile mark of the race. And Uncle Chip still there, still on top in their second in transit. 3/4, 1:43-4. The trailer, Hill of Love, coming to the top of the stretch. Still no action here as Uncle Chip trying to take him start to finish. He's showing his heels to the field. It's Uncle Chip who's on top. In transit trying to hold second, but in hand and in command, Uncle Chip in front. Finishing second in transit and third, Hill of Love. 2:13 4/5.
2:13 and 4/5.
Is that the last quarter and 30 seconds flat?
There you go.
So, trotted home nice.
Yep, picked it up a little bit.
I mean, the last half in 3. That was a good last half.
Do you really think he took a peek at the
camera?
He did.
There? I know. Charlie did. He looked right at Brad.
Oh.
If there's a big old smile on him, then we'll know for sure. Uncle Chip.
Yeah, there was an old song by Jim Croce called Rapid Roy, the stock car boy, and he used to say he always smiled at the camera with a toothpick in his mouth. Maybe that's what we're going to start calling Charlie. Charlie Rapid Roy Myrick now. So, well, I'm sure Dad was watching tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see the win there.
I think we have to shout out a thanks to the ladies that put the blankets on down there. They did a really good job all night. That's not easy to do, put blankets on a bunch of 2-year-old fillies.
There's been some talk about betting, and one gentleman said, you know, I bet every horse at the jug on the first race, because that way you can. I bet every Dan Lib says, I bet every horse in the first race in Delaware on Sunday, so I cash a ticket. Can't win them all if you don't hit the first. And then somebody said, I hit the try in this race. Well, somehow I would figure out to bet the try box and not win.
The 3, Uncle Chip. 2-year-old May-Gooded son of Uncle Peter at a chipped-in strawberry by Chip Chip. Hooray! Owned by Richard Mayers of Worcester, Ohio. Charlie Myrick trains. Charlie Myrick reigns. Time to the mile, 2:13-4. Sponsored by Bucyrus Road Materials. Wolstead was scratched in transit second. Uncle Chip the winner. Top moneymaker scratched. Hill of Love was third. Scratch 2-1. Scratch 3 on the bottom, 33-1, 110-4, 143-4, 213-4. With that, we will wrap it up for tonight's harness racing action.
Well, that'll do it from Crawford County and Bucyrus, Ohio. Great night of racing as Charlie Myrick wraps it up with the final of the night. You'll be back here tomorrow, another full night of racing tomorrow night here at Bucyrus. Jay Wolf to join you, so you'll have fun with Jay. Stephen Taylor will be here running the camera. Matt, thank you. Good job as always. Can we get a little more commentary out of you in the future?
Say yes.
You
Just
can't
say
even
yes.
say it.
Sure.
Just say yes.
See, that's the running joke at the office is we got to get Matt more involved in these things. He's just a wealth of knowledge in doing that. But no, good night tonight. Hank Levan comes home with the driving title for tonight. We'll have to see what he does tomorrow. 4 wins. Sam Widger with 3. Kane Kaufman with a pair. And on the training side, it was Hank Levan with 4. Rosie Weaver with 2. So that'll do it from the Crawford County Fairgrounds in Bucyrus, Ohio, as night 1 of racing is complete. Be sure to join us tomorrow, 6 o'clock post time tomorrow night. We hope you'll join us from here at Bucyrus. So for Matt Clark, Susan Schroeder, I'm Frank Frost saying so long from Bucyrus, Ohio. Have yourself a great Wednesday night. Good night, everybody.